Okay, we're going. Oh, I do. We already know there's only like a little bit left. I would say that not more than a few hours, surely. I've been up for a little bit, but yeah, no thanks. No, the single player on this is really not terribly long. I don't know, we'll talk about it at the end. We'll see how I feel. Says I have 44 hours, but I spent a long time yesterday and today just kind of chilling, doing a little grind, selling shit. Overall, it's... yeah. Yeah, overall, it's not terribly long. It's not even really the length. I think it's more just like the direction. Like, I don't think it ever reaches hardly any of the heights the other ones do. Like, it's a comfy, good enough time for a while, but then you're like, okay, you know, it's time to do all this stuff. You know, get a bunch of cool gear. We're gonna go explore everything we missed. Do some interesting stuff. You know, go through the rest of the overarching story, and like, you kind of just like, you're there at the end before any of that happens. You find out a lot of the things you liked were turn into weird online things. We'll talk about it. I was totally fine with this for a while, and I still don't like hate it or anything, but I feel like the single player experience, just a casual playthrough, is kind of got some things missing, some direction that I don't like. And there's just too much of the fun stuff is like... Too much stuff, it seems like it's probably just for the grindy post-game type of shit. I'm fine with them having like a bunch of multiplayer stuff, a bunch of post-game extra content, but like barely even being able to finish a skill tree, barely having any like exploration, like mini medal stuff, no casino, all that kind of crap, and like a lot of that's like in a post-game or just to facilitate the multiplayer. It's like, like why can't we have the good stuff of a normal Dragon Quest with extra cool stuff? And I don't know. I think too much sacrifice. A Demon Lord or a Dragon Lord? He's the Empire, leader of the Empire, but he might not be the real bad guy. Another shocker there, right? He's a resurrected Empire leader, Emperor. But he commands a mysterious power that he's getting from somewhere. Maybe it'll be the dragon, Dark Dragon Lord. Yeah, no, we'll see by the end. I don't want to like lay into it too much or anything. I mean, I've enjoyed the majority of the playthrough, but I think like it's fizzled pretty hard. Realizing that the main campaign playthrough is just not going to feel as complete. We'll see though. Maybe after this guy there's going to be a whole lot of shit and it'll feel really clean. But anyways, let me tell you guys what I did off stream, because on most Dragon Quest games I'll do shit off stream just to, you know, enjoy watching something while I do some shit nobody cares about. So when I was watching some streams last night after we were done, I just grinded some levels, some metal slimes, some liquid metals. Since I've been running from everything, we're probably a little behind, so I figured fuck it. Just mindlessly did that. There's a good strategy where I just stood still until metal slimes appeared next to me, and then I just walked over and did them. I also sold everything I own pretty much. Did a little bit of alchemy, made great helms. Bought a little bit more defense. Pretty much bought everything out of the fancy shop that I could. Focused on defense over just magic stats. Magic stats are nice and all, but 20 defense is a bit better. Made life bracers on 2 people. It's not like the last game where it gives you 30 extra health, which I would have preferred because of the defense from getting one shot. It's more what I'm after, but it does heal you for about 30 after every turn. So that'll be nice. Swap some gear around on some people. That's pretty much it. I didn't go crazy. I was just playing while I ate and while I watched some shit. I'm waiting for the mail, so I figured I had some time. We could start Xenoblade Chronicles today, but I figure I have something coming in that'll take a day to finish, so I'll just take my time today. If I don't get it in today, we might just start Xenoblade if I just interrupt it. We'll see. Or I do Game Pass for a couple days, but I picked up another Yggdrasil leaf just in case. I don't really have a lot of crazy consumable stuff. There's really not much in the way of usable items in or usable equipment in this. I mean, there is stuff, but it's not as useful. I haven't seen any Sage's stones. I heard that it was nerfed anyways. So. I made some medicines. I made a few Sage's elixirs to get mana back. About 90 mana per. The problem is just most of this just takes forever to find and grab. Like, you want to make a Sage's elixir, you have to go farm nectar. You need to go rest a bunch of times and then go run to certain parts of the world and grab a bunch of nectar. And it's just like, it's just really boring. So I'm just making do. It's pretty much what I had on the spot, outside of a few things. I can't like plan to make, you know, a bunch of Yggdrasil do like I did in 8. The mats and all that are just a lot more effort you have to put into it to get them. I'm just hoping I don't really need them. I don't even mean to have this in here, but it's just there, whatever. I don't really care. I mean, most of this isn't going to be used. I just don't even want to fuck with it, really. I mean, you barely pick up anything you can use out there. It's like mostly craftable stuff. I don't know. We'll talk about it. I really should have wrote some notes. I forgot to write notes again. Anyways, let's fight this guy. We died to him yesterday, and then I stopped the stream because I don't want to walk through the whole place. But I walked up through here off stream an hour ago, just to somehow dodged every fight. So we like one-shot the first phase. Like literally almost one-shot it. We had a coup de grace. I do have multi-heal now, so that'll be nice. This phase seemed pretty free at last time, so not too worried about it. I'll just play it slow. Good old Disruption Wave. I don't know if he gets an extra turn when he uses Disruption Wave or if it just eats one of his turns. I mean, if it eats a turn, it's always worth putting out. Pretty grog. Hocus Pocus is worth it. I'm better off just doing a fucking sap. I don't know if they're both oomphed right now. I don't remember. Crack. 24. Jeez. Nice. The mages are so bad, man. It's great that the mages get like oomph and sap and stuff so that they can just be like a support on the side like in the last game. Their best job is cleaning out trash pretty much. Otherwise they do like RA damage at best. Transformation. What up, pressure? The big shot. I guess if he's gonna do disruption wave, I can't really do a care prayer. Instant disruption wave. Why are my people so slow? No, 100. Let's go. Digits defense to increase attack by an impressive amount. Claptrap. I'm just gonna like attack. Call me crazy. Are we gonna get the oomph off? Okay. Enraged. Already unraged, man. Okay. Jimby was quicker. Even now, with way more levels, she's still like completely destroyed. It's just that some classes just don't get agility. I think her agility is like 20 or something. It's just like always gonna go behind everything. Unless you like gear him up. But that could be no way. Annika and Jimbolia have like 20 and 0. Not the others. The healer and the mage are actually have quite a bit, but I guess it's not enough. Wonder if I have the full 100 tension, if it's just better to walk in with parallax or to just do a normal attack. Try parallax attack then. The Scepter of Git. What that? Roar. Yeah, good work, Aquila. Pretty much did nothing. Maybe even helped him. Be ashamed of his incompetence. He almost killed her. He literally would have done more if he just walked in, beat up Gorham, and freed the prisoners. Absolutely wrecked them. Free his teacher. Who's that, dude? The only other guy we saw in that one cutscene a long time ago. One of the few characters that exist in the game. The guy shooting lightning. Because we know the old man's not captured, unless his teacher was like the Zeus dude. I don't think it's the final boss. Not climactic enough. I think they're trying to bait you into thinking it, but there's like a door at the bottom that's still locked and everything. I think we're very close though, from what I understand. Yesterday I was told we had very little left. We've been doing boss rushes though. Let's see how much there is. Yeah, DQ5 is the better experience for sure. Go for it, man. Yeah, I didn't play the DS version. I just played the PS2 one. I played the phone version of Dragon Quest IV because it was supposed to have all the dialogue, but that was a mistake, man. Playing on my phone is super uncomfortable. I think point is I think 5's on phones too. Well, the DS version's the newest one, so might be interesting to do. Yeah, it was a bitch to stream too because it was vertical, so there was no way to like split it up because it was like it wasn't like this where there's like, I mean it was kind of where there's like separate screens you could have, but it was essentially just one giant screen, so I'd have to like artificially like cut it in half most of the time. So just having like a vertical screen in the middle of the stream looked like shit because there's, I mean, you could people can make stuff out, but like if you were watching on a phone, it'd be really hard. So that sucked. And yeah, I hate holding phones for a long time. I don't think phones are ergonomic. They just don't really like form-fitting or anything. A little rectangle. Oh, nice, we got a save here and some heals, I suppose. Yep, same. I mean, I know like you can plug them in and there are games that do support it, but yeah, I wish it was most of them. Get you a little stand or something, or one of those things where you could have a controller then plug the phone into it or some shit. Like, for as much gaming as that happens on phones, man, I don't know how. Like, how do people play like Fortnite and shit on like a phone, dude? Seems like they just an absolute. Like, I know they're, you know, like, because I was gonna do Monster Hunter Stories on a phone. Or through the PC using Android software or whatever. And before I bought it, I was like, well, let me test the demo, and it's just, oh my god, like, yeah, you having to do the whole like on-screen touch thing, like you don't feel it. You could go way past it. It covers most of the screen because your thumbs. There's no tactile feedback at all. It just feels fucking horrible. It's slow. Like, yeah, you can get used to it, but it's just such a lesser experience, man. Like, don't get me wrong, there's games that work perfect on phones. You know, simple stuff, or slower things, or... I just can't imagine something like... where you could play with like a mouse and keyboard, like really just fine-tune, like very quick, you know, responsive controls, and then go to like a phone, man. Yep, same. I mean, the best feeling phone games for me have always been ones that are like, you know... a bit more designed for phones in mind from the ground up. I don't know how a lot of people manage to do some of these other ones. Low standards, man. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing, is like, we have the technology where you could just have a phone, like something plugged into your phone, but... yeah, for as much as I play, the phone, like, you hear so little about like a lot of phone games, man. It's crazy how a lot of that's just like so separate from, like, you know, even just like a Twitch or something. I mean, you do hear about, you know, Diablo Immortal and Genshin's on a lot of things. I don't even know if it's on phones yet, but I mean, you know, gotchas, we talk about gotchas. Like, we do talk about phone stuff, but there's so many games that come out on just phones that are super huge moneymakers that just nobody talks about them in like these kinds of circles. It's very interesting. I mean, most of it's trash, but there are good mobile games out there. But man, that would be a mire. That would be hard to wade through to find the good stuff. I mean, I've played plenty of mobile. I mean, I played the Room games, like half of the series for the first time on phones through my PC. I just log into my Android account. You just use like BlueStacks or something, or Nox. But you know, I have streamed games from my phone. It's just like, it just feels so much worse. But yeah, exactly. Like the being able to just play on the run and stuff is nice, but yeah, if you're looking for like the ultimate experience and you have the choice between mobile and like anything else, there's no way mobile comes out on top. Like ever. I mean, if you're playing like fucking Bejeweled or something, like yeah, I mean mobile's probably great. I mean the touch might even be better, right? Like stuff that's like made for that kind of thing, but I don't know. Mobile's such a just fucking den of like predatory bullshit. Some of the trashiest games. The most low budget, just trashy, low effort. Low effort probably is the better word. So many crazy ass microtransactions that make the shit we see like the more circles like this seem like a joke, like not bad for anybody actually trying to make real stuff on there. Yeah, I mean exactly. If I could just, you know, yeah, if there were some buttons on it, I could like plug it into like a controller, which you know you can do, but it's not standardized. Not the market they're going for either. Like they put out a lot of like classic Final Fantasies and stuff like that, but I mean, you know, I play Dragon Quest IV on it. It's like that kind of thing. I mean, compared to like a Clash of Clans type of deal, it's just not. It doesn't even come close. Success. Yeah. Like I don't know. Like I understand that there's good things on there. And I've played good things on there, and I'm down to try to find more good things on there. I'm sure there's great stuff that makes great use of the medium, but it's such a wild west of shit. And it's just such an inferior, I feel like, way to play most games that, I don't know, other than picking out the gems, it's like I just don't want to bother most of the time. Yeah, exactly. Well, it just started, you know, as a thing where you could just play games on your phone, and so the phone was the focus, and the games kind of evolved around that. And now since so many games have come out without the controller in mind on it, touchscreens become more standardized. I mean, the standards are already so low on phone games and mobile games. I'm not surprised that, you know, people just don't bother with the on-screen shit, or the, like, a controller add-on. I mean, I get it, you put your phone in your pocket, you don't want to have, like, a controller add-on in your pocket, too. But the problem is then you're playing, like, an inferior fucking game, right? Like, I mean, that's fine. That's the thing is, like, people don't really care, right? Like, oh, I can go play around a Fortnite, even though it feels horrible, you know, the dentist or something. It's like, who cares if it's the best experience? Most people probably don't. I mean, I got used to on-screen controls and stuff, but just, yeah, the ergonomics of holding a phone and all that shit just sucked, man. I don't know. I'm trying not to be just, like, super ignorant about it. Like, I recognize there's good stuff, but I have so little interest. Like, I don't go travel a lot. I don't care about being able to play on the run. So on a personal level, I don't care about that kind of thing. I never take my Switch out of its DAC or whatever. Its stand, its dock. I'm one of those people. I mean, when I was younger, I would do more handheld shit. So it's like, I don't care about that part of it. I just care about what kind of cool experiences and what kind of like medium defining or pushing stuff there is out there. And I don't see much of that. If anything, it's the worst defining things in the medium they get on mobile. This coming from somebody who played an absolute shitload of gacha stuff for years too, so it's like I've not played mobile stuff. I'm more than willing to, but goddamn, man, there's just so much junk. Oh, the pin, I see. Yeah, for sure, pressure. Yeah, I mean, that was the thing for the while, the marketing hype. We just talked about that with Ripper. Where it was, you know, oh, my phone's a little bigger. I mean, bigger's better. It was like half an inch bigger now. So that was, oh, the next gen. You gotta have your new thing every year because you gotta have $1,000 phone every fucking year. It's a little bit bigger. And now it's so big. Like, I used to be able to type super quick like this, right? But now that the phones are so big, I have to like reach far. So like now I just type vertical and then I have more typos, and it's like the phone's large and shit, but it's like you wouldn't ever want to watch like a movie on there or anything. That's such a horrible way to do it. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess you could play games. I mean, it's almost too big at times, yeah. I'd almost rather have something slightly smaller, but I don't know if they still keep making phones bigger and bigger at this point. I feel like they've probably weaned off it a bit. What do you mean silent? I'm like 44 hours into the game. I mean, about 10 of that was me fucking around today and last night off stream. Not really playing the game a whole lot. 24 hours of chatting, yeah, that's true as well. It's not really a super long campaign, man. We'll talk about it when I finish, but definitely kind of an issue. Hollywood wanna make that money, man. Get all your imitators and everything trying to get its piece of the pie, man. Not even like the Sonic thing seemed that good, dude. It was just like better than usual. Who the fuck cares about Pac-Man compared to Sonic? Let's be real. Like, Pac-Man's a big deal. It's influential. Like, who really is like, yeah, you know, Pac-Man, he's such a cool character or something. Sonic might be lame as fuck, but at least he, like, exists as a character. I mean, I guess Pac-Man had dialogue in some of the games, but, I mean, it's not even on the same level. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, I remember back when it was, phones were first getting big games, like, oh, the killer app, it was, that one made by Epic, I think. What was it? It's this, oh god, I gotta fucking remember the name. It was like a sword game. Infinity Blade? Is that what it was? Yeah, I remember like, oh man, Infinity Blade, it's 3D, it looks so crazy. You know, this is what you can do on a phone, and people were trying to like make cool things on the phone. And it's just fucking, I mean, well, I'm sure there's still gems hiding around there. It's fallen so hard, man. It's the post, like, mobile's just a poster child for everything you should hate in the industry, man. Yeah, what's up, Waffle? Here to backseat a game I know nothing about? Oh no. Don't do it. It's alright. If you've ever played a single Dragon Quest, you know how to play all of them, so. You could backseat me anyways if you've played one. Yeah, if I was gonna see them make adaptations of like characters like that, I'd rather it be like something funny. But nobody wants to like execute their fucking character's image just for something that might actually be interesting. The minigun? I got a leopard dress. Close enough. Yeah, we were kind of just talking about mobile games. I don't know, I have so many games to play that I think it would be interesting to do a deep dive on mobile and really find like the meat and potatoes, the good stuff. There's so many systems and stuff I've barely tapped into. It just seems like, why do I even care? Like, like maybe someday, I don't know, if I'm feeling crazy. I feel like I'd spend more time having to research than actually playing games. Yeah, that's the thing, is there's just so much more muck to wade through. And even then, is it like good for mobile or is it just good for the medium? Like, is it really something like good at all? Compared to something you can get like on like a PC or a console or something. Raid Shadow Legends? Yeah, I'll play a fucking couple more hours if they pay me, man. Unless I'm not allowed to shit talk it afterwards. I don't know how those will always work. Very predatory games, yeah. I trust streamers more than ads, as you should, yeah. Not that I'm saying streamers inherently are more trustworthy, but probably trust the opinions of people you know than some crazy ad, because yeah, you know they're gonna just work you. I don't think morals are in the cards for stuff like marketing. I don't know what they pay. Nobody's approaching me about deals. It's like all the bounties and shit. I end up playing half the games that are in the bounties just to play them and talk about them, and then there's people who get paid to do it. That's like, oh shit. Not much would change other than, I guess I can't be like overly negative, I'm sure, when playing them, but... yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't do anything that inherently fucked the vibe of the stream, the integrity of it. I don't think there's anything wrong with hustling a bit. I mean, especially if you want to do this kind of deal as like your job or something, or a living, I guess. Put it. Just about the degree, I suppose. I couldn't just sit here and talk to people about whatever we wanted and critique games or shit talk stuff or whatever the fuck we do here, and then I wouldn't be doing whatever fucking stopped me from doing that. So maybe a Blizzard load themselves to make something like Diablo Immortal? Yeah, it's just, God, I mean, just look at a lot of Western AAAs, man, how far they've fallen, man. Like, EA was never like, this is the most, you know, had the most integrity out of any of the big developers, but they've fallen off. Activision's like, barely anything. Like, they're all making a lot of money still, but like what did they even put out? How are they like forwarding the medium like at all, man? Really any creative efforts going on, just pure money, and even then half of them are selling, merging, sinking ships, man. I mean, obviously people like Microsoft still are fine, and Sony and all that, but like a lot of them are fucking eating shit or putting out stuff that people just do not like. I don't know if there'll be some kind of pendulum change at some point here. I don't know if people are just kind of getting tired of the whole everything kind of blows, and maybe people would be nice if people are like, damn, I'm tired of getting worked by some big fucking corporation while I'm trying to play games, but we'll see. Definitely not been a good few years for a good year or two for Western AAA. Yep, they only need one whale. I mean, you can make the argument that, you know, oh, well, if they lose that whale, they lose everything. But I mean, that's the idea, is like, they've already made so much off of such a small group, and they're usually the people who are going to stay on the boat for the longest. So they can make something that's dog shit that the masses don't like, as long as it's got enough fucking street cred to get those whales in. Okay, good, Ripper. I'll do it for a PS5. I just still don't want a PS5. Shockingly, there's nothing I want to play on it. I mean, someday I'll get one, but the amount of exclusive only games, I think there's 5. And one's a fucking remake of Demon's Souls. And I'm sure Returnal's coming to PC, so it's like, this is kind of like, As someone who plays stuff all the time, even after a year or two, I mean, I don't have a lot of dough, so like that's part of it, but that I just hear very little about getting a PS5 is just telling, I feel like. Same with the Xbox. I'll probably never get an Xbox Series X. The streamer would play a said game live, so I can see the game firsthand, so I'll trust his games more. Yeah. I mean, I'll use certain metrics as a way to try to filter out what we're playing. Like, you know, reviews they're useful to a certain extent, you know, take them with a grain of salt. User reviews, those are iffy as well at times, but nothing like trusting the opinion of someone you know, or seeing something firsthand, right? For sure. Cool, yeah. And tour is a good time. Nice. The racks. The barracks, or what game are they playing? Yay, new televisions they have, avoid saboteur, they call other games such as them, yeah. I mean, it's just the landscape of the medium changing. I mean, games for money, games being a huge money maker is just... it's kind of become a thing, I guess. Sorry, that was a really silly way of saying it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when they only care about making money and the quality only matters so far as it can interest consumers to make money, like, at some point they're going to be able to, you know, like with the whales, like we're talking about, make games that cut the middleman, the quality out, and can just get right to the making money part. Predatory like practices, like a lot of microtransactions, I feel like, are a fast track to that kind of thing. They don't have to have an amazing experience. They don't have to have bang for your buck. They don't have to have anything. It could just be addictive, right? Like, I mean, so it's like, that's much more incentivizing to giant corporations who've kind of taken over the medium, or changed to be in the face of the medium. Don't know. Don't get me wrong, there's good big budget stuff being made, but I wouldn't be sad if A lot of these big AAAs crashed and burned, man. People focused more on like lower budget or indie type of things. Where standards changed, people kind of got tired of getting dicked. Because I mean, we're playing new stuff all the time, and it's good stuff. But there's a lot of bullshit nowadays too, man. Multiplayer game called Defense of the Ancients 2. Oh, Dota. Okay, I forget their barracks and that. And they've been on the Dota forever, man. Yeah, I feel like EA was the most blatant about the whole thing in the past. They would incorporate all sorts of microtransactions and buy up people like Visceral and insert, you know, multiplayer because it's hot at the time at the cost of, you know, dev time. Or they go, we're gonna push, you know, the co-op and more action focused on Dead Space. And, you know, why are they pushing those things? Not because there's a vision and they think they could create something really awesome, you know, they wanted to make. But because it's popular to make money, right? I mean, that's the problem. I don't care about things. I mean, I know you're gonna keep the lights on and all that, but like things that are just like made for the sole purpose of making a buck at the expense of like creativity is like, just don't care. It's too much to play, especially with indies nowadays. I don't need to care about Assassin's Creed 50. I've played most of them, man. Tired of the genre. Tired of open world. Like dog shit. Fucking like cookie cutter open world. Yeah. And they wanted a quick buck. I mean, I guess that's the problem too, is they'll buy some of these, fuck with them, make their quick buck, and then they die out, and Dead Space is only just coming back, and it's a remake. So in the long term, they're probably making less, but I don't know. I guess the bigger problem is they're so out of touch. Probably a lot of the suits or whatever. That they think they're just like hitting some fucking trend or some shit and they're gonna make a bunch of money, but it ends up just killing the studio and the franchise. I just feel like we're finally at the point, maybe not completely, but we're at a point where some of that bad will and short-sightedness starting to kind of bite him in the ass. No, I wouldn't call it, wouldn't say things are going good if everybody has to get purchased, bought out, or merge with every other company. And in the perfect world, that's not what they're after. I mean, even Ubisoft's in talks to get bought by Tencent, you know? I don't really like the idea of more, like, less companies owning more of everything as well. if you ever look at like a graph or chart of internet ownership and internet traffic or whatever, it used to be that, you know, everybody went to so many different sites and stuff, and now it's like the vast majority of internet traffic goes to like just a few places. And it's just like, I mean, maybe that's not always inherently bad, but I don't know, man. Like that kind of like homogenization of everything, or just lack of variety or anything, just probably not for the best. I don't know, I'm just ranting. Got like some crazy good point or anything, I guess. I think there's just some things in the industry and stuff nowadays that I'm just kind of tired of. Not just this one either, I guess, but... Boom. Yeah, MOBAs were addicting, man. I played a lot of League of Legends, like I said. Playing with your buddies. I mean, esports was getting big at that time, so you see all these people playing it professionally. You're like, oh, that starts kicking the competitive spirit up, and start taking the game more seriously. You put so much time into it, put money into it, so you just want to keep rolling. Or maybe it's just the only thing that you and your friends like commonly want to like are willing to do together. Who knows? Like. And then yeah, that's kind of what happened in League and me. I mean, I played it for eons with my friends, and then it just turned into like, it was always ugly. It went from just jackassing around, having fun, and always like serious business. I mean, part of it's probably just playing it for too long, and then you stop having fun with the novelties. Part of it's, I think, the onset of esports at the time, fostering a lot more like try-hard attitudes. I don't know, nothing wrong with it. Play what you want to play. I much prefer how I've been doing it lately. The last half a decade or more. There's just too many goddamn experiences out there for me to want to sit on one game for like 99% of my time. Miss out on so much shit. I was still playing League, I wouldn't meet any of you guys, I wouldn't be playing half of this shit. I'd probably be as into the industry as I am. The medium. Play League? I don't think I could ever go back. I've like always got a constant stream of games I want to get to. Riot was always hilariously, I feel like, poor at making games. Like, even when we were playing League, it always just felt like they could just do so much better, and they just didn't, but like they're just too big to fail at that point. I'm glad that that's not changed. Can't wait to see the fucking League MMO, man. The classic, man. It's like that one picture, I don't know if you guys ever saw it, of that Steam group that was petitioning against Modern Warfare 2 or whatever the fuck. I think like the new one, or was the new one or the old one? Some petition against Call of Duty. They wanted some kind of change, or you know, they're fed up with certain things, and so some group was boycotting Call of Duty, then everybody in the group was playing Call of Duty in the group. It was just like what that thing makes me think of. Shitting on Riot, but still like clapping up the game. Classic Riot problem. What's up, Redless? I don't know. I think it's gonna be good. I think it's good to be critical of the games you're playing, though. Yo, Cactus, thank you. Like, you can enjoy playing like an MMO or something and shit talk it. Still recognize that you enjoy it for the most part, and there's just things you want change. Just get a kick out of it. Yeah, that's a lot of months. Thank you, Cactus. Time to retire. Kitty's washed up. He just plays Dragon Quest nowadays. The greatest game. We're playing the greatest game ever made right now. Simple as, man. I mean, there's really who can argue it? Dragon scale. Has Riot released any numbers on their player base? Is this gonna be a boss? I guess they don't. I mean, Blizz stopped releasing numbers on WoW once it started tanking too much. Last thing they want is to show that their game's losing popularity because then everybody else falls in, right? It was like when a bunch of people did the Exodus FF14, right? Like viral marketing is like the reverse viral marketing. Viral loss of goodwill. Can I go around this, brother? Oh, Chains are back. I feel like we shouldn't release them, but I got a whole lot of choices. Evil Angel Man. Okay. Whoa. My man. Fucking. Some people go from 2D to 3D, some people go from low poly to fully detailed. He's gonna transform into 4D at some point. Maybe this is the main villain. Oh, I'm alone. That was a sub-guaranteed loss. Oh, I can't fight him because he's a superior. That makes sense, man. Goofy. Oy. I am become stronger even than the Almighty. Yes. My character's not very smart. Oh yeah, I forgot this dragon's still around. Oh, is he going to the realm of the Almighty? Is that gonna be the last dungeon? Yeah, he's so punished and had so much hate that he became stronger than God. He even resummoned his captors, I think? I assume he was held down by the king, right? But they got all killed. But then they came back, and it was him that brought them back? Did nobody come down here to free this guy after they won the war? I don't understand. I don't think the writers understood either what was going on. Like, did the dragon that killed all the Empire just be like, whoops, I forgot to check the basement for, you know, that guy who's becoming stronger than God? What a tragic story, dude. Live Alive did it better in a single chapter. I really need the lore breakdown on how he became God by just being angrily jailed in a basement. A special medicine is poison. What is this gonna knock him out? A sleeping drought. Or whatever. Nice, dude. She just knocked him out to then get captured. Like, I got captured because she knocked him out. Everybody's such a fucking jobber, dude. He's like, shit, I wish he was awake right now. Sold out by father. Of course, my favorite, the misunderstanding. I am evil because of a misunderstanding. Rah! I can't believe my wife would do this to me. You gotta keep going until you win enough to feel good, man. Can't stop on a lose. Good one, old man. You really fucking did it. Horrible mistakes after horrible mistake. How did he become so strong? But he's just a really... He thinks he got betrayed and he's a little fucking angry about it. His imprisonment must have been way worse than this betrayal, man. If he's strong enough to become a fucking... stronger than the creator god, man. Fucking Looney Tunes, man. Yep. Yeah. The entire world, man. He's been here in the same place the whole time. You think the first place she would have checked was someplace the Empire would have, like, taken him, but instead she was just walking around random areas. Then she finally found him, and it's like, yeah, exactly, like 30 seconds too late. Classic. It'd almost be better if she'd found him a long time ago and he just didn't believe her. And then she has to make, like, a better display, or a better effort to really get him to believe or something. The fucking train thing and the sky and the floating castles, that all could be really cool, but I feel like it just never feels or lives up to some of the concept art here, the premise they set up. Not concept art, just some of the art potential. I like how nobody even went and looked for him, man. Why didn't anybody go to the Imperial prison? They were all destroyed. Nobody's like, huh, you know, we destroyed the Empire. Maybe we should go, you know, check their castle, their lands. Was there just like some fucking monsters left over? I mean, yeah, fuck angels. All of these guys have been complete fucking idiot jobbers who just fucking bow down to their random the creed or whatever, their fucking random religion, and have no actual thought of their own here. This guy's just been surprised at everything that's happened, and his answer to everything is to go to fucking the Holy Land and pray for advice. They all suck, but I just think it's funny that nobody in like 300 years went to that castle. I mean, even if they've only been back for like, maybe even, you're generous, 20 years. There's no way they've just been sitting there as zombies for 20 years even, but like that still would be like 280 years. Even if you're ultra generous, there's 200 years in there that could have fucking found him, man. Interesting stuff, man. Well, I can't help you, a Celestian cannot fight its superior. There he is, man. Oh, I gotta pray to God. This guy's the biggest loser of the whole game. Oh, thanks for your help, dude. I like how this guy, he just reiterates what you already know. That's his job. Like, that's literally all he does, man. He just reiterates what you know, prays to God for help, and then goes back to doing nothing. Man, why do we even, like, report back to this guy? It'd be better if we just did our own thing at this point. Yeah, seriously, we're the only good angel. And we barely even act like angels. We just are like fallen angels who just run around like normal people. We're probably about to denounce our angelship or whatever the fuck, so that we can fight the guy. Yeah, the traitor guy too, Aquila or whatever, our character's like mentor. He was doing stuff and it ended up being like worse off for everybody. He absolutely just jobbed against the fucking zombie lord guy. After pretty much risking our lives and a bunch of other people's lives, when he could have done anything positive. His entire long con was to sneak up on the guy and kill him, and he didn't get that. Like, the angels are just all jobbers or completely working against themselves. It's like a joke. It'd be one thing, like, if that was part of the story, but, like, I feel like they want you to actually give a fuck about these people when they're also goddamn incompetent, man. It's hard to actually give a fuck. Because usually I wouldn't care too much about a plot hole, like, whatever. Yeah, it's, like, silly, you know, it could be way better. But, like, it's to the point in this where, like, I don't even care about the people that are supposed to be our allies. They're so fucking nothing, man. They contribute nothing except they just stand here looking in the distance. Like, they spend all this dialogue having us talk to Apis Major, and it's just like a joke. Okay. Is this the everybody's giving me the spirit energy moment? Although it's not in the middle of like a fight, it's just kind of here. Hey, just come upstairs. We're gonna do the spirit bomb thing. Okay. And then we'll go to the dungeon. The super fruit. Eat this fig to become mortal. I like how our upgrade is to stop being an angel. Because angels are just absolute fucking losers, man. Guess I'm not eating it right now. Elden Ring ripoff, a big tree. Of course. Yeah. You remember when the lizard ate a part of the fig and he instantly turned into a super lizard? This time, though, it's gonna slowly work. So that way we can see all of our friends until the credits scene. It'll let us fight the guy, because we're technically mortals, but we're not so mortal that we can't talk to our good friends here, man. It's magic, man. We don't gotta explain shit, I guess. I'm surprised they don't let us, like, fly around the world, dude. In this train. What is the lore behind this guy? God asked him to fucking pilot the ship, bro. So he's been doing it since, you know, they made the train. Simple as. He's the conductor, dude. What else is there need? What else do you need? Oh, I'm gonna see if I got that arcade racer in the mail. If I do, I'll play that first. Otherwise, maybe? Oh my god, so much dialogue, I thought that I was already good. There's no casino in this game. That tells you the kind of game we're playing right now. No casino, dude. Stay right. I know 11 does, yeah. Whew. Yeah, I don't know if the Almighty just hired this guy randomly from all the mortals or he made him. I have no idea. He was just in prison. And we broke him out of prison. Then he's like, hey, I'm the conductor of the God train. And we're like, okay. He gets paid in exposure, dude. He's really famous. He live streams his conducting. Okay. Oh man, already body blocking us. Cumulus Vax. Hopefully there's like shortcuts and shit. We'll see. Nice final dungeon music. Boom. Nice dodge. Walk from the inside. Maybe that'll be a shortcut. And it's not like there's any heals or anything here, so... It's not on the outside. Unless they have some place inside the train you can rest. So there's gotta be something somewhere. I mean, the last dungeon had checkpoints, heal points and stuff. Big ass dungeon, man. Love all these dudes body blocking their passageways. Fat dragon. I think Metal King slimes are only in post game too. It's just one of those games that feels like, for the sake of having like this a bunch of like multiplayer stuff and like a big post game, they like made a shittier campaign, like a base game. Like, it doesn't feel like you just got your usual Dragon Quest main game and then they threw in a bunch of stuff afterwards. It feels like half of that got taken out and thrown somewhere else. I don't know if that's true or not, because I haven't actually, I mean, obviously played post game, but everything feeling so anticlimactic. Stuff like mini medals getting destroyed, like no casinos, you don't end up flying at all, like some of the cool stuff. The story kind of just, you're just kind of here at the end already, like kind of feels outdone by almost every Dragon Quest. Started off pretty good. I mean, it was comfy for 2/3 of it, just simple stories, enjoyable enough. Kind of falls off though. I mean, the itemization, how much time is spent on like kind of just menial repetitive grinding kind of shit to get items and make your best stuff that you don't even get close to feeling like you picked up anything really awesome, because like, I mean, we're at the end here and I'm still getting 2 rarity out of like 5 stuff, and it's like I don't know. I mean, I guess you could just have a system where when you get into post game there's like a separate kind of rarity to make it feel like you had more of a real thing, but I guess that's more just smoke and mirrors shit. As long as you're getting the same amount of items, which, I don't know, doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like I'm going through like the motions, like I'm doing the casino to get some of the best gear, or, you know, I'm doing it. Like in 8, I did most of the crafting and got, you know, the best stuff I could outside like the very extreme post-game shit. You know, you felt like you saw a lot of stuff, you're working up to getting some interesting shit, but the whole process of it all is just such a slog in this. It's just not as interesting, man. It feels like there's like less content, like less meaningful content, and a lot more just like throwaway bullshit. I don't know, I just don't think that's ever good. You could go play like 8 other games that do it better. I am sure the multiplayer in this was just awesome, and that seems to be a big focus, but as the single-player base game, I don't know, man. It feels a bit lacking after, like, the halfway point. It doesn't help it's, like, way shorter than most of them. But even then, I mean, one felt more put together. I mean, I guess you have different expectations out of one. You feel like you see most everything, or in this it's like... Who knows? Think about it more. His job is pretty good XP. Don't really get to use this money. I guess there's like one thing I could still buy. That'd be a bit of an upgrade, but... I've sold everything in my inventory to get money. I might seem loaded, but definitely not. I actually still need another like 15k to even buy the next thing I'd want. But after that, yeah, there's nothing. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, no casino, man. I think those were the big tipping points. I think finding out how mini medals worked, the casino, and how the story just all of a sudden pretty much came to the end. I think having sat well with me. Like seeing kind of what the full extent of what the base campaign is. Because the mini-medal thing, the lack of like having like interesting stuff to find out in the world, having most of your gear be grindy to like upgrade, having all of the cool things that used to be exploration or for doing like side stuff be tied to like more repetitive quests, like it just kind of hurts the overall thing, man. I think only once we finally got like the casino news and stuff does it really, I feel like, come into view. I don't know which way we were going. I have no idea. I don't want to do this fight. 1,000 dudes in it. I came from up, or I was going up. Going out? Okay. Yeah, there's no flying, which was always kind of like a fun little thing, which isn't necessary. But I don't think it really like made up for it somehow. Optional, they're just empty islands? What's with the empty bullshit and this and that, man? I mean, I'll still check it out, but Jesus, man. Oh, really? God, I always hate when games like unload too much of the side stuff. Like, hey, wow, you got a boat, the world's your oyster, and then you just can't get into anything because of a bunch of like arbitrary locks. Really? Wow. Really? That's bad. I mean, I was praising this game for its, when we got in the boat, because we could go to so many places and take the story in all sorts of different orders and stuff. But then, I mean, that stops after, like, you know, one little section. It felt like, you know, oh, this is where it's gonna start going. Seed of skill. Gotcha. Like, I mean, I'm fine with linearity if, like, what they're giving me is, like, solid. But it's nice to have the freedom if it's just gonna be, like, pure gameplay focus. I guess it's not necessary, but it's a nice thing. Mix it up. I mean, if it's an adventure, you want to feel like you're some kind of player agency. What does this get rid of wells? There's been one in every town in this. Varying levels of actual stuff in them, but they're there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll go in, like, I would say half the wells just have like a single A didn't have much. A didn't have much to find that was interesting in general. Definitely nothing in the wells. This has a bit more well stuff. Less to find in the overworld, I suppose, but it's also a smaller overworld, so it's not as big a deal. Yeah, the well demons are gone. There's like, yeah, areas where you'd end up in like little casinos. I think some of the casinos were in wells, and there's all sorts of little things. I think that's one of the things I miss about the old Dragon Quest, is there's a bit more focus on exploration and little details actually having a sizable reward. Whether it's just in like NPCs, an actual like item pickup like seeds, or like a casino or something. Like there's not a whole lot of side content, and I feel like Dragon Quest outside your post games and stuff. This one probably being the big outlier so far, but it always felt like there was a lot of little bits of exploration and maybe orderings and attention to reward pay to be paying attention to every little thing. I feel like that's kind of gone in this one. Don't know, maybe I'm crazy. There's some loot on the left side I've clearly missed. I don't really want to go all the way back, but I also have been checking every little piece of loot I can. One of the little joys, you could call it. We're gonna get in like a fight, probably. It's like, it's not like wells or the mini medals are like integral to the experience or anything, right? But they were nice things that all added up to create at least one of the more just kind of fun, comfy parts of the Dragon Quest kind of formula. Just the exploration, finding of like neat things. It made, you know, running around the towns a bit more rewarding. It made the kind of completionism or whatever feel a bit cooler. Yeah, you get new gear, permastats, and you didn't have to spend a bunch of time doing like annoying shit for it. It was just something that it kept the pace moving because you didn't spend that much extra time looking around every dungeon and every area. It was like a fun, quick diversion. I don't know. This one just doesn't have that to the same extent. I mean, I suppose the dungeons are the same. They have like a lot of chests and stuff, but the towns and the overworld took a big hit in this game. All in the name of having really shitty side quests. Like, I'd rather just not, man. Like, the other Dragon Quest games were long enough without needing like 10 bore-ass quests, man. Like, go defend 30 times in a single fight. I'm like, I'd rather fucking play something else, bro. like who wants to do that shit? It's like, I do it if I was invested in the right game. I mean, I tend to do a lot of side shit. Or most side shit, really. But I don't know, man. Just not engaged enough with the base game in this to want to do like a bunch of like boring shit when in the other ones I would just have that shit or be able to get that shit or do something more interesting to end up at the same place. Like, wouldn't you rather be going through the content of like a base game minute to minute, seeing new areas, little stories, upgrading your shit, over like fighting like grinding out like 10-15 fucking dudes for like 30-40 minutes? Like, it just seems like a shittier use of your time. And then for the game to be like half the length of something like 8 or 7 is just like bizarre, man. Where exactly am I going? I don't know. I'm talking out my ass, but maybe these will open up? I don't know. Here I am walking all the way back, but it's like I'd rather walk all the way back and try to avoid enemies while I'm exploring a new dungeon than like ever do like a fucking super boring like subquest. Unless I'm very invested in the upgrading and they're not that much of a pain, like the gameplay's fun. Like, I mean, I do most side quests and most things. So that's why it's weird in this one, man. Hardcore gamers play these games to defend 30 times, yeah. I don't know. I don't think I've put into words quite what's up with this one. It's like I'm not bored playing it, but everything kind of feels like it has a bad taste when I actually like think about it. I think it's just a host of a lot of small things. And how that affects just like the overall time. Like if they just added all these side quests, but it still had like a solid main story with good exploration. You know, it has all like casinos, all that kind of stuff you'd expect, and I mean, cool, it's more stuff. Instead it feels like things took like a hit. That makes sense. I mean, it's one of those things, if you hadn't played a Dragon Quest in like 6-7 years, and this was at the height of its multiplayer, you would be more invested in every little thing, I'm sure. I would not. I mean, part of it is that this is like my 9th one in like 2 years, and that the series has always been kind of like iffy in the first place. So it's probably a lot harder to muster up the give a shit for like kind of poor surface level content, but I don't know. I can't really just blame that, because I mean, like I said, I was having a good time because it was feeling more like kind of like the more solid, just clean Dragon Quest sort of campaign. I mean, like I said, I'm not like bored by this. It's just like, I just don't think it's gonna end up, you know, it's not gonna, it ain't gonna rank very high in the list, man. Dragon Quest. I think obviously something's lost there not playing a multiplayer, but I can't just blame that. And it's absolutely fine to critique it as a as a single player experience, right? I mean, it's more than, I mean, that's probably how most people played it, but there's just a lack of stuff to do. Lack of things that were good about the other games. And the stuff they've taken away and then added is worse. I don't know. There's more to it than that. Poorly forming opinion, but I should have wrote notes. Easier to kind of nail it down when I'm just kind of writing like notes after the stream on some of these where it's like a bit more, a bit less obvious. Don't want to overstate it, like I said, I don't think it's like fucked or anything, it's just a little underwhelming, I think that's the best way to put it. I'm waiting, son. What is your wisdom? Yeah, that was my thing, is like I was pretty into the episodic stuff. Like I was like, some of these stories were actually like, I was a bit emotionally involved. I think they hit some high points of like storytelling there with very minimal, like, you know, characters on our, you know, like for them being around 2 to 3 hour stories, they ended up, you know, at least having a good enough like base like concept with all the afterlife shit to still like, I feel like emotionally like resonate a bit. You went to dungeons, you would fight bosses in almost all of them. Visually, they all were very different places. It wasn't the same story over and over, despite it always having to do with death. They were interesting. It was fun just jumping around. It was good variety, good pace. I mean, I didn't want to stop for any of the side quests. You know, there was gameplay there. There's no main characters to have like any words with, so they just kind of focused it all on supporting characters for each area, and I think it ended up good with that. I think those parts were really strong. I think that's why it's a little disappointing is like, you know, those parts were really good, and then as soon as that stops, it's like, eh. Like you have the jail part, they start introducing the main storyline, and I feel like it's in a rush to get to the end. You don't have that next phase of exploration. The storytelling's not as good in general. Like, you don't have that end game where you're like getting all your loot, you're exploring every nook and cranny, your build's coming out, you know, to near its end. I have like one talent tree per dude, maybe max, just like a weapon, and yeah, I don't even get all the way down the tree. I mean, I'm not like class swapping at all. I mean, I could, but then it has to be super grindy, and it's just like it feels like it had a solid like first half, maybe even 2/3 if you want to be generous, and then it kind of just is like, it kind of fell off a cliff afterwards. And I mean, while the first 2/3 was like solid, it's still, I mean, it's a Dragon Quest 2/3. It's not like some insanely revolutionary shit, right? So to also fall off a cliff at a certain point, it's kind of, I feel like it's more than it can handle. Because for a while, you could just ignore the side stuff. I mean, really, it's just like, it's not very good. Like, the little mini quests suck ass. Like, the gameplay's not fun enough to want you to do like a 10 boar ass quest. But because it doesn't really care, it's fine. Like, the difficulty's pretty low. You just kind of move on. Because what's happening on screen is still pretty good, but then yeah, once that stops being good, it's like, what's left? Yeah, really, I would have just preferred this to just be like way more classic. And the main story is kind of just like whatever. So there was like, it feels like it's not like you know everything going on, but it's not like terribly well defined. Like, so you've got like an empire that happened to exist a long time ago, and the dragon defeated them, and they kind of just introduced that in like 20 minutes. There was like not even anything about that up until that point. They just introduced the entire story there. And then all of a sudden you're captured. It's the shitty prison arc. It's not even a good one. And they just shit you out. And then all of a sudden, now we gotta go kill the demon lord. And then they instantly tell you that all these people were resurrected by this guy. And it just feels like it's in a rush to get to the end. It's just not very good. And like, I mean, all the other ones are generic, but at least they like get to the point in a way where you're kind of invested in it still. Like, I don't think 8's main story was very great, but like at least by the end you're like, okay, you know, I'm in it. You know, I know what's going on. I know what the threat is. It's all very well defined. It's, you know, clean kind of generic fantasy. This feels like it's sloppy, but still trying to be generic fantasy. By the end, I feel like the episodic storytelling was much better. This is definitely one I should have wrote some notes on. Spend some time to formulate this kind of crap off stream. Just underwhelming is probably the operating word. Because I was singing its praises for a while. I mean, I don't think I ever considered it like the best of any of them, but you know, I'm pretty sure in their said I liked it better than 8 for a while. But I think it just starts really well, and it has all the makings of like a solid adventure with like a really clean amount of interesting places to explore and cool enough episodic storytelling, and then it just kind of stops. Yeah, the main story in this is just, I mean, the actual overarching big threat is like, yeah, barely there. It's all introduced at the very end, and it feels like they're in a rush to have it end. I don't know if that's in service of... Oh, hey, it's this guy. He's back. I don't know if it's in service of the multiplayer, like, they didn't want the campaign to get too long. They wanted to put more time into the procedurally generated grottos, the loot grinds, and the side bosses and stuff you can do. That's cool for like a multiplayer thing, but I mean, you know, you still have your base game. That's what most people are going to get into it for, and that's what you still sell it on. So it's like... It's like we still have to talk about it. Like, just because the multiplayer maybe had a lot of content, which might not even arguably be very good, does not mean that like it excuses like the main like base game that everybody expects to. Yeah, it's okay if it's shit or something. Right? I don't think that's how that works. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't even really know how crazy the multiplayer was. I really should just go find some old videos to watch on it. Should have done that too. Because if it's just procedurally generated dungeons that you do, just over and over and over, like POTD style shit, and then you just get like increasingly better gear just so you can fight like a few special bosses, like... I mean, that's not that... I mean, that could be very fun and addicting and fun to do with your friends, but it's not, like... terribly fucking, like, you know... highbrow fucking content, man. Right? Highbrow, high-tier content. Like, I mean, that's not something you can't just get anywhere else. I mean... Would you rather be doing, like, a dungeon or story like this with your friends? With the same kinds of rewards? Like, yes, right? Like, procedurally generated shit in this kind of setting is a way just to get lots of content out. Not always the kind of content you want to be doing, I feel like. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how good the content was. I'm sure at the time, I mean, especially for a DS game, it seemed very unique. I like the idea, the concept of that, but yeah. It doesn't feel like it was there on top of a solid thing. It feels like the thing might have took a big hit for it. I think there's a lot of systems, like the side quests and, you know, the main characters and stuff that have to be based around multiplayer to have it work. And while, like, inherently those aren't, like, bad, like, having your own custom character is not a bad thing. Some of those kinds of things can be. We got insulate. Was that like the better insulate? Oh yeah, I expect it to be good. Well, like I said, I don't think this one's bad. I'd be lying if I said it was just bad. think just compared to the others, it's underwhelming, and there's a lot of things you could point at as to why. Just within its own series. I mean, if you pull this out and compare it to everything else too, it's pretty lacking. I mean, just the basic job system in this is so dull compared to some of the competition, right? Like, you're barely job switching. If you do want to job switch, what are you getting out of it? The only cross-class stuff is like the ability to use certain weapons, and that's only if you've grinded to the max in that weapon, and then some passive stats. And it's like, yeah, you have to grind for like hours and hours and hours to get back to the point you want. And it's just like, it's just like it's such a fucking slog for like what? You get like a few different abilities that might be useful. It's still the same pool of Dragon Quest abilities, man. Just divvied out across a bunch of classes. It's not a very like engaging class system, man. Like, it's not fucked, but like, I just feel like that's a Dragon Quest issue, I suppose. But even within its own series, if you're not comparing shit, it just, I don't know. I'm rambling on. Too many reasons, and some of them are subtle, like exploration and pacing. So I feel like I have it rooted down. And I'm filling the airwaves. We're just kind of running through this fucking dungeon, man. There's nothing really to say. I'll have a bigger blabber on about it at the end. Yeah, it's good. I mean, as long as there's like fun content to explore. I mean, X had a lot of stuff to explore, but at the end of the day, most of it was kind of checklisty. Which, I mean, fun for people, but I don't know, looking for something a bit more meaty. More than just filling out the checklist. Cool, yeah. That sounds good. I'm sure the art direction's nice. We'll see. Kazing. I wish my melee people attacked first. Make these so much more easy. They like one-shot most enemies. They're the last people to go. What's the point of this? This chest back there? Yeah, that's kind of my thing, is like, it's just not a good class system. It's just outright, there's not enough options, it's too much of a pain to swap. The combinations barely exist. Like, 6 wasn't good in the grand scheme of video games, and it was still like way better than what this one is. Like, oh boy, they added the talent tree of 8 in here and made it so that by the end of the campaign you've not even filled out hardly a single one, man. Like, it's not terribly gripping shit, man. Like, it's hard to really give it too much credit. And then on top of that, they like cut back on the stuff that's actually like fun on Dragon Quest, like little bits of exploration and side content. And then rush their way to the end of the campaign, and it's like, well, yeah, I'm gonna feel a bit underwhelmed by the whole thing. I'd like to do Tactics Advance as well. Cute waifus. I'll take it. I doubt it has as much TNA as Chronicles 2, but we'll see. No, I mean, not that I minded any of that. Just be going for a bit more of a one style. Take itself a bit more seriously. I just mean the amount of skin they show. But yeah, I mean it has the blade system, it's hard not to have more. I mean, I'm all for fan service and shit, but I mean, I get that, you know, if you're trying to tell some like ultra serious thing, or have a certain kind of immersion, right, and fan service doesn't always fit, so. Like Xenoblade Chronicles 1 has a bit, but it has to rein it in. It just depends on what they're trying to do. I'm all for it either way, but yeah, it's just, I guess, the direction of the story. No Sage Stone. Nope. You barely have items you use in this. Like, I mean, I have some wands I use here and there, but that's another thing, is you don't get that kind of cool shit. I'm not swapping equipment as often. I'm not using items in my, you know, thing as often. I'm not even just using items hardly at all. No Sage Stone. You know, no fun ways to like kind of, like some of the things I feel like Dragon Quest did different, right? Like, oh, you know, yeah, I mean, it can make things maybe too fucked. Like, you could just turn one of your guys into a constant healer with Sage's Stone, but it was a nice bit of customization, a strong thing you could do to, like, you know, offset a weak enemy or give yourself, you know, a net. And then this is just not even there. Like, no matter what you think about it, I definitely would rather have it in here as a thing than just have the same shit with less, right? Like it's not replaced by something better, right? Like at this point, I'd rather just have Sage's Stone and all the wands actually feeling like they have some value back. Yeah, I've heard that Sage's Stone got nerfed in this one even. I don't even know if I can make it now if I wanted to, but I've heard it's bad on top of that. Yeah, I think that's what it comes to. Underwhelming, and it's removed a lot of shit for very little reason and replaced it with nothing, really, to make up for it. I don't consider a lot of boring side quests and absolute shitload of procedure-generated multiplayer stuff to really be a good replacement. I think that's something that would be awesome to have along with the quality. I think that's kind of where I'm at. Oh, whole party. Nice. AoE. I finally got AoE Insulate. That's another thing, is you don't really use... I feel like I don't use buffs because you just have single target buffs, which are just not good. I use sap, but like some enemies just don't allow you to use sap on them. I finally got AoE Insulate, so it's like, that's nice it's here now, but I've not used it at all. Like, it's just healing and attacking. I now have Oomph, I guess, which is okay, I heal attack and then I buff myself, which to attack harder, which is a little bit more, but that's the thing, is like the base Dragon Quest combat was never that great in the first place, but then with this system there's even less to do, which is bizarre, man. Like I have all these moves, but like what are most of these even going to be used for, man? I have like 5 different kinds of heals, status heals, which barely happen. And then like buffs that just aren't worth it. I mean, at least there's like, there are things I like. I like mending being a stat now. It makes itemization more interesting. The quality of life stuff, like having like an equipment bag. Having enough items where I can actually make calls on whether I want defense or magical mending. I mean, it's hard to tell how much it really affects things, but... You know. Like, that kind of stuff is nice. Like, there's definitely quality of life improvements and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like, despite there being some steps forward in quality of life, there's way too many steps backwards in general. What the fuck, dude? This guy just did 10,000 fucking damage, man. He got buffed. Time to whip out the AoE heals. This guy the AoE heal check, man. Most you get? Oh, gotcha. I mean, depends on what the story they're going for. 2 was like aggressively anime down. Oh, okay, didn't have much HP. Down to the fan service and shit. No, I guess it doesn't really matter to me either way. It's more. I mean, as long as they didn't get like stopped from doing it, like as long as this is just what they wanted, and there's some kind of like. It's more about I'm interested in the tone they're going for, more than really if there is any TNA or not. I mean, just inherently, you know. The tone of the game is going to be a bit different depending on character designs and shit. That's pretty much all I'm getting at. I don't have a big statement on it. I'm just curious from if the trailers were how the game actually ends up being. What is down to the south? This will be the annoying fights. Like, it's hard to care about MP absorption when you almost never see your MP levels. Like if the enemy's gonna have 20 to 40 MP the entire game, you're only ever gonna get 1 to 2 MP per touch. And then on top of not being able to do a single damage to most of these from the backline, the wand thing just seems kind of like a joke half the time. So you end up not even, when you don't use like boomerangs because you're trying to level certain shit up, most classes can't use everything. You're not using your spells all that often. There's a lot more just like attack in this one. The enemy groups are generally smaller in this, so the need for AoE is not as big a deal, but this game is definitely more just spam A to attack than the last few have been. Which, I mean, definitely less depth there. Did it get annoying constantly? Probably spamming. Having to go through 50 menus to like AoE shit down, like I guess, yeah, but you can argue there's some depth there. Cannabox. I can't believe they ruined many medals, man. I mean, it's a very base feeling, right? It's not like a super, you know. I mean, it's just the feeling of seeing the number kind of go up, knowing you're getting like a semi-completionist sort of thing, and getting a nice reward for it. But like, so it's not like it's some complicated, like amazing thing that mini medals were. But I mean, neither is Dragon Quest. Those like base, like just like simple pleasures, I guess you could say, were kind of what Dragon Quest is about. So you somehow even managed to ruin that. It's kind of special. Like knowing that, you know, as you explore everything, you're going to get this increasingly like really good endgame, maybe gear or something, or you've seen almost all the things, you know, like a nice checklist of how well you've explored. It was just a nice fun little thing. It was nice, like, oh, a mini medal, you got excited to find him, right? Not like it like made the game, but it's like it's a thing that like, why ruin that? Why make it so that there's barely any mini medals and then they're all like grindable or like respawn daily or something? It's just like that's definitely something that was there, put in there for. I imagine the multiplayer keep you coming back more daily or joining other maybe groups or something. Maybe you could get mini medals in their world. I don't know. Point is, they turned another system into a grind, right? Yeah, exactly. The daily mini medal login reward, dude. It's just like, like I don't know. I don't think that's a very like. Not the kind of I mean, it's fine if you just, I guess, have some of that content, but it's not the kind of thing you'd want replacing more engaging, rewarding systems with. I go, hey, a cool reward for, you know, with tangible, you know, gear rewards, or rewards, and, you know, a nice, fun, collectible, you know, for exploration, replaced with a grind. Like I don't think that's like, I mean, that it can't be like a good idea to anybody. Like they were this nice little interesting thing that Dragon Quest only really did, I guess. I mean, collectibles are a thing on all sorts of stuff, but in JRPGs, checking all the chests, checking all the towns and stuff is a big deal, and having something that's a little bit more like a system attached to it, even if it was just small, was a nice little thing. It was fun. It's funny that they'd be like, they'd can it, man. I mean, they didn't can it, it's still there, but it's so, like, subdued, man. Oh, like I said, I'm also talking about just kind of the problems. But there's absolutely good things going on too. Like I said, the quality of life is pretty improved. I mean, the variety of dungeons, despite not really being mechanically, you know, having any depth. Like, I mean, that's all Dragon Quest dungeons. You know, at least visually they're all different. The quality of the episodic stories and the pace of it, and the order you can take them was cool. You know, customizing your character and actually seeing the loot on them is just, you know, I'm never gonna complain about that. Like, there's good things in this that improve, but they do improve the alchemy pot. the menu, you know, then they don't improve it, I would say, in a big way. They make it more, the quality of life is improved. You get more recipes, there's no ambiguity, you know exactly what you need. It's ruined by you needing to grind random respawning nodes that only show up in like 1 or 2 places in the entire world. That you need to make 50 different items to combine up to this next item, to combine up to the next item, to get the next thing. It's just a pain. It's not really like a fun deal to even think about, let alone like want to take part in. It's a grind. It just takes a lot of time, and I just honestly just have better shit to do. You're grinding essentially to get to the same point you would in like 2 seconds in another Dragon Quest game. And those games still are twice as long as the main story in this, so it's kind of just odd. Just some more video experience. But yeah, I mean, there's good things in it, for sure. I mean, I like a lot of the art, I would say, in it. The low poly DS thing is, I mean, it looks nice. I mean, obviously it's not like big and crazy like 8 or anything, but they don't bloat the world. It's not oversized. There's a lot of nice colors. They try to mix up the music in some parts. I would say it's kind of worn off. Like, this song blows ass. This is pretty typical Dragon Quest final level music. Kind of ass cheeks music. Like, I like the battle theme. I like that they used a few more, you know, instruments or sounds than usual, but I don't think they go super hard on it. I think that's the thing, is they make some changes in this, they have some really strong moments, and they just never fully cinch it, man. They never go to the finish line with it. It's got some good stuff on the table, and then it's just got some poorly thought out grindy shit to make up for lack of like actual significant stuff. Like I said, I don't know if just facilitate multiplayer, or if they thought this was like, you know, a main story on par with everything else. But let's give him some more HP. I mean, enemies on the field is nice, although being able to walk around while you're paused is kind of a bitch, but I guess that's for multiplayer. You can't just pause the game. I don't know. I'm assuming, I feel like I'm overestimating what the multiplayer was like by a good bit. I think that was the thing in the other games too. While there was less gear, every upgrade felt a bit more significant because there's just like so much junk in this, and so much of it's a pain, you just don't want to go for it. It makes a lot of your gear upgrades and stuff you find feel kind of whatever. That they have like a rarity system, and it's like you never go very high on it. You don't feel like you're getting like, oh, this is one of the best pieces, this is really awesome. It's just like a 2-star thing, right? Like I'm about to kill the Demon Lord in all greens or something, you know, like in WoW. It's like, it's not really like for me that. You see that pumped, right? I mean, that part's not a huge deal, but it's something to think about, I guess. I want to go up to natural strength. Plus 30. I'd love to see Axes of Evil, but it's just, there's no point. Why would I care about Omnivocational Axe Master unless I'm grinding every stat? Or every class. And then grinding this is just a pain anyways. Right now all you have is that one liquid metal slime area. which at this point isn't even like crazy good XP. I'm sure there's some like endgame king metal shit, but I mean just grinding king metals. I mean that doesn't sound super awesome. Yeah, I've tried to find some kind of hybrid size that I'm okay with, but yeah, the bottom, because I think you could touch everywhere, touch move everywhere. Let's see, I've never done it before. Oh god. Yeah, that's the deal there. And then cutscenes are like on the top, and yeah, there's no winning. Equal size is fine, but we figured that exploration should take focus. Yeah, it's a bit gross. I wish you could choose, because you can play the entire game without touching. That was my first time touching the screen. It'd be nice if you could just set a setting, which I think was in a lot of DS games, to just have X and Y always on top or bottom or something, but whatever. Yeah, shoulder guy, he's the conductor. Hired by God, I guess, to drive trains, space trains. More power to him. Is there not a place to rest in here? Maybe the ferry lets me rest. I'm actually gonna check after I go rest somewhere else. Oh, did you finish Monkey Island yesterday? Let's go here. I'm sure the single player, or not single player, the campaign or whatever, you know, obviously even better in multiplayer, but what isn't better with friends kind of thing, right? It doesn't really have, there's nothing purely made for the multiplayer, so I think it's a pretty hollow statement to say, oh, it's probably even more fun with friends. Yeah, I don't care for the last half. Oh, you're good. Monkey Island 1 was my first ever point and click. I played it on the 360 when the special edition released, and I hated it at the time. I've grown to like point and click since then quite a bit, so I don't know if I actually would like hate that one still, but I remember it was a huge slog with some of the moon logic, especially in the last half. And a lot of the jokes just didn't hit, but I like the second one a lot, so I think maybe I would like the first one more if I played through it. But curious if you liked it or not. Maybe like 15 years ago me had the right idea. I'm not sure. I'll replay it at some point. Alright, let's get back to all trades. I'll probably play the third one soon. I think playing it on a console and just that kind of first introduction to the kinds of puzzles and stuff, what the genre's all about, was probably just... Maybe I was too much of a loser at that point to appreciate it? I don't know. Or maybe the first one's pretty lacking. If I'd started with the second one, I'd like it. Would have been fun. I'm glad I gave more of them a shot. I mean, obviously now I play whatever, but... a whole lot of point and clicks back on the N64, so... For the new one? The new one's not really a priority for me. I'm just gonna play Curse of Monkey Island, and then... I don't know if I'll play the Telltale ones. I'm Telltale'd out. Man, like... I'm tired of their storytelling. They suck. They suck. I don't know if I need like the same shit with Monkey Island. I mean, maybe I'll do the Borderlands one someday, but I've played so many Telltale games now. Yeah. That has a huge fucking hitbox. The Cobra Cardinals. I mean, I own 3. Maybe I'll find people to play that with someday, but not a big priority for me. But yeah, good to know. I do want to do some point and clicks though at some point here. Like I mentioned to Access, sounds like I'll probably do Maniac Mansion at some point. All good, LG. Those downloads can destroy Twitch stream. You're good. You know me, I'm just rambling on. Now you got me curious what you're downloading. Look at that pause. What the fuck are you saying? I was just pretty much asking what you thought about the game. And that I originally had, that was my first point and click and I hated it. Since then I've grown to like point and clicks quite a bit. And I even like the second Monkey Island pretty well, but I was curious if 15 years old, or not 15 years old, 15 years ago me had the wrong idea, or what. I'd like to revisit it, but I haven't seen it until watching you play it last night. I think since the first time I played it. It is Elegy. Famous streamer. Famous influencer. Oh, Guilty Gear. Oh, cool. Quest for Glory games. Yeah, I haven't played those. I'd like to. We've done quite a few adventure games on here. I like playing them, and I've been wanting to go through some of the more old classics and some of the Sierras and stuff that I haven't done. Yeah, like I said, I liked the second Monkey Island quite a bit, but that first one, I think it was just the time, my introduction to the genre, just kind of, things didn't sit right. One of those, I always wonder if I should revisit it, but I influence many things. $1,000 gold coins. Whoa. Is Strive just like a bounty thing, or are you just gonna go big gaming on it? I always told myself I would get into the newest Guilty Gear, then I didn't. I watch it so much more than I play it. Hey, a Panacea. These don't heal full health anymore. I think the thing with me in fighting games is I love watching the competition. I love the the whole community around them. But I always want to like get good or like really get into them, and it's like I never want to sit down for like weeks and weeks and weeks and do that. I should just play through the single players and some of them just kind of chill. I was like doing that with Soul Calibur. Just want to play it. Gotcha. Yeah, if Street Fighter 6 is looking good, I will. I'd really like to. I want to get like a proper pad or whatever the fuck stick and just go deep into one fighting game. Like I don't mind playing through the single players, but it's like it'd be kind of neat to try to get like serviceable at one of them. But I mean, yeah, they're not as I don't know. The PvP is not, of course, not easy. Yeah, I guess that's the appeal though. Yeah, the story modes in most of the Guilty Gears. I watched all of the first one. Yeah, they're pretty extensive. There's a lot of really cool stuff. That was another thing with Guilty Gears. I wanted to go through most of them. I think they do a really good job of apparently of like recapping the story bits, but like, you know me. I was like, I'll go play the old ones. Just haven't got around to it. They had like a stream ban on Guilty Gear like Rev 2 or something, and I was just like, eh. Like the story mode, I was like, eh, I just never got around to it. It's probably not a thing anymore. The DBZ fighter train, it's gone for me. I'd rather get in a Guilty Gear. I like the anime fighters more. I like that. When DBZ's the anime fighter. Yeah, pressure. I don't know. Depending on how 6 looks to people, I think that was one of the things with Strive 2 is I was like, I don't know how it was received at the beginning, but like if 6 seems like it's cool, maybe I'd try to get into it a bit harder. Because I did like Cammy for a while on stream. Well, not for a while, I barely did it. That was a good time just learning. Multiverses? Yeah, I can't say I'm too interested in multiverses. But I just like the speed and yeah, style and stuff of a lot of the anime ones. If I had read Tsukihime and shit, I would get into Melty Blood. But I haven't got around to that yet. I don't want to like play through Melty Blood or anything. Yeah. Yeah, that happens sometimes, Silent. Yeah. I don't know, when I watch Multiverse gameplay, it just looks very floaty and animations are too slow and shit. It just looks like it's not terribly fun. I mean, I haven't played it myself, so that doesn't mean much. I don't know. I mean, my time has a value. Spend that time playing the Dragon Quest. I don't even know if I want to even bother. I don't know if it's flavor of the month or something that truly would be something I'd want to talk about and play through. Yeah, I'd main King Slime. Absolutely. King Slime Chads. Yeah. If I did get in a Strive though, you know I'd be on that Bridget. Cool they announced him or whatever. The little Guilty Gear I played Bridget in whatever the fuck it was. Like Accent Core or some shit. I missed some hot lore. I only know old Bridget. I saw the announcement. trailer. Oh, okay. I'll have to look into it in a bit. I think all that posting's been done since I started the stream. I think we're near the end of this dungeon. Maybe? Oh god, it's a boss rush of all the bosses we fought in the dungeon right after we fought them. Gotcha. I wonder how much it cost to actually pick up all the characters in Strive now. What are the prices for the DLC in that? Anybody familiar? I mean, I imagine they have like combo passes or whatever, but I don't know what they are piecemeal. They're pricey? Shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, the best character in the game. Lieutenant Hootingham Gore. The only character in the game. I need the return of Hootingham. Oof, man. Yeah, fighting games are always pricey to catch up on. I mean, I guess I prefer this system than buying like a new version every year or something, but yeah, definitely not cheap. 80? Gotcha. It's like $10 off. What the hell? That's not too much. I guess it's a better deal than nothing. Barely. All these hoot hoot. All these hoot pun. I like the ham pun, the pig puns earlier, and the owl puns on these guys. I liked the lieutenants in this, but that's about it. Otherwise, the villains in this are like non-existent. I mean, they're pretty much non-existent anyways. Hootingham Gore is the only one that appears more than like two times. Let's do an info on that. Dead by Daylight. Every time I hear somebody talk about Dead by Daylight, it's like they always seem to hate it, but they play it. It's like one of those. It's like a love-hate thing with it. I don't know if it's just like developer like mishandling, or if it's just that's just what happens in communities over time. Is there's just a love-hate thing going on with it? I don't know enough about Dead by Daylight. Did he? Surprisingly, even though I love watching Evo, I didn't watch any Evo this year. I don't know if it's because the couple years break, I just didn't really notice it was on. I don't know if like I just didn't want to see how Sony was handling it. I mean, I was just really into Dragon Quest. But I totally missed all of it. I feel bad. I need to watch it next time. What's up, Papa Boris? Yep, the whole deal. It's right here. But I did not see that Gutek snuck in an ad. How did that happen? Was it like he put in an actual like video ad, or like it's just he just was talking about it somewhere, kind of like on mic? Or I love this game, but nobody ever streams it. Yeah, you don't hear much about this one. I've been doing a series playthrough over the last year or two. We're up to this one. I've done some spin-offs too, but 11 will be the next one. But yeah, I barely heard anything about this one, other than that it has multiplayer, which obviously, you know, not really on the cards for us, so we're just kind of handling it as a single player deal. Damn, he just destroyed Hootingham Gore. That was my guy. DVD's fun enough, does cool crossovers. Yeah, I mean, I liked that they had Heather in there. I mean, she kind of looked like shit, but I was glad she was in there. I like Heather. Apparently got told no, then snuck over to the production queue and said the producers okayed it. Wow, dude. Wasn't he doing like a bunch of crazy, like, wasn't crypto? It was a bunch of crazy shit, man. He's really fallen off, huh? I mean, they even removed his emote from Twitch. I don't keep up with the attacks. I remember when Mike Ross like appeared from the shadows occasionally with like the full beard and like just fucking white tee and all that, and I always thought that was interesting. I don't know what he's been up to. I thought he placed well a few years back at some tourneys, so but I don't know if he does like actual stuff anymore. I mean, I don't blame him getting a limelight if that's not for him. Yeah, I think he's just doing his deal. I mean, what do I know, you know? I just know that Gutex does crazy shit now. Mike Ross pretty much is just doing his own thing. Your first DQ and now I've played them all? Hey, awesome, yeah. I've been going through them all. They've all been comfy, enjoyable. I don't think any of these have been game changers for me, but I've enjoyed my playthroughs of them. They're very easy to digest JRPGs. Very just clean. It's been fun talking to people about them and just discussing them. Yeah, we're almost at the end. I'll play 10 when they release probably the offline version. I mean, I guess I could try to do the hand-translated server thing, but other than that, I've played the Builders games. Those are really, really good. And I'll probably play some of the spin-offs, like some of the slime ones and shit, but just kind of focusing on the main line right now. Earthbound? Earthbound's a respectable pick. Like with some Earthbound. I need to play Mother 3 soon. I've been meaning to do that for like the last year or two. Considering playing the first one though. First, just for fun. I don't remember the drama there. I'm gonna let that lie, because I don't really know. These fat bastards, man. Get out of my way. Oh yeah. That's funny though, you got his advertising this book. Was that like main stage, like big? Or is it just kind of like on a side stage during like pools or something? Certain theme? Like a story theme? I mean, there's a few things. I mean, accepting death, I guess, could be something. Don't trust God. Definitely, like, you don't always have to look to higher powers for answers kind of thing. Especially since you're playing an angel that removes their own angelic powers to actually kill an angel. Yeah, the angels are incompetent, and God's an asshole, and death is okay. There's some themes, I suppose. As long as it's not going to spoil the end of the game or something, I mean, by all means, we've seen enough story, we could discuss some of the theming of it. The overarching story hasn't been terribly special for me. I enjoyed the episodic stories in the first half much more. Those were more poignant. What's the word I'm looking for? Those were more resonated a bit more with me. I haven't thought much about the theming past those. I don't doubt there's some discussion to be had there. This is what happened with Q tags. I'm very pissed. I like this. This is funny. One of my rare Twitter likes there. I don't use my Twitter enough. I feel bad that like every time I just tweet, it's just like a hey, the stream's on. But everything I want to say, I just kind of already say on the stream because I'm streaming too many hours a day. Yeah, that's not very boggers at all. Not boggers. There's nothing like inherently wrong with Twitter. I'm just on the stream too much. When I'm not on the stream, I'm like, if I don't have something to say in Discord, I'm just like a veggie at that point. So I've been on all day. I mean, I use Twitter probably every day. Like, I'll browse some stuff, or people post something from Twitter, right? Tool, you know. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of tweeting. Well, as soon as you're close to the end of the story, I shall wait. Oh, I appreciate that. That's what you think's the call. Much appreciated. I just set up and once realized that you just see how obvious in your face it is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the storytelling outside those episodic ones is really game strong suit. So yeah, I mean I could see. Raging Bull Helm. Huh. I could see it having some more overt themes. I mean, I've enjoyed the stories involving death and stuff. With the wild at heart. This feels like the main path. I think I missed something farther back though. No comment. Oh, it's so far back though. Fuck it. I've explored every dungeon to the max. I gotta go get my like pot with a fucking medicinal herb in it. It's not on a DS. Very hard to stream actual DS footage. Not really feasible. Sadly. I wish they would port this game or remake it. This would be a great one to play again with like a proper multiplayer group. This is the only one that only has a single version, really. They remake and make so many different versions of like every Dragon Quest. I'm surprised this hasn't got one yet. It feels ripe for ripe for it with the multiplayer nowadays being a bit cleaner to operate. I don't know how they handled Crystal Chronicles, man. Maybe they would fuck this up. A rusty sword. So that's a pretty big item if I combined it up into what I needed. I don't even know if I can right now, though. What did the Rusty Sword make in Dragon Quest VIII? Was it the Miracle Blade? Or was it something else? I don't remember. I played it like a month ago and I already forgot. It was something good though. Wonder what it makes in this. If somebody knows, you could just tell me actually. I doubt I'll make it, so. Might just run the flame sword to the end of the game here. Surprisingly, we dodged a lot of fights in that hallway on the return trip. Looks like a thing. I've got a checkpoint coming. Got a fair amount of mini medals in this dungeon. What do you guys actually played the first Mother? Anybody got like a lowdown for me on the first Mother? Is that worth playing in its own right? Like I said, I plan on playing Mother 3, but I don't see much talk about the first one. You know, I see people say that like the first one's just like a... Like Earthbound is just like an upgraded version of it or something, but it can't be quite the case. This is in Earthbound, yeah, the second one. No casino in this game, yeah. Very sad. Very sad. No casino arc. Yeah, it's a shame. I hate to see it. I really do. It's going. I think the last third here is kind of fallen off a bit more. Some of the issues have reared their head, but overall it's been still very enjoyable. Comfy. I think we're near the end. Yeah. Casino arc will be an 11. I feel like the game's in a rush to be over. I'm sure a lot of time went into the multiplayer stuff is the culprit, but it's alright. Yep, we're chasing down an angel who got so mad he became stronger than God. So now we've become mortals so that we could kill him. Next Dragon Quest game will be 11. I'll be skipping 10 until there's a better way to play that. I buy the standalone version or whatever at some point. Stronger than God. Yeah. Stronger than Zeus or whatever. He's not Zeus in this, he's like Zerus or some shit, but he looks like Zeus. Yeah, it's a neat name change. I mean, really, Corvus isn't wrong. Yeah, he's just Zeus. Yeah, Corvus isn't wrong. God seems like an asshole. He's just a strong asshole. I guess his daughter was cool though. Or is cool. Whatever her name is, I forget. My guy, Lieutenant Gorsby Purvis. Co-worker of Lieutenant fucking... I forgot his name. Fucking who? What was his name? Who's me? Lieutenant Hoodington Gore, was it? No. I know who Corvus is, but... The Owl. Lieutenant, I think it's Hoodington Gore. This is Lieutenant Gorsby Purvis. And then there was Lieutenant something with a pig, right? Yeah, Corona. End of the game's gonna just be a big Corona advertisement. I mean, this is the coolest one. This guy is definitely the coolest. I don't know what animal I would pick, but if I had to pick between the three amigos here, I'd rather be this guy than the pig or... I mean, Hoodington Gore has a pretty cool name, but he seems a little crazy. Really be a wolf, you know? Do a little heal, fuck it. Actually, no. Forgot I have that. Damn, man. These crits, dude, will be the end of me. Fucking boss is critting, it's just mean, man. It's mean. It just ain't right. Literally unstoppable there. Crits me for 240 something damage, then turn one finishes me off, dude. I can't say I care for all the critting on the bosses in this game. That's the only challenge of the game so far, is whether they'll crit you to death has been kind of lame. But it is what it is, I guess. It's not effective. It's probably going to be a useless ability I never get to use. Smacking that back line. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Well, at least he didn't crit. Oh, but he finished that guy off. Hopefully Jimbo doesn't have as much value. As Jimby and Jimbolia. Or Jimbolia or Jimbola? I don't remember my creature's names here. Jimbolia. Shed Kazing. I think that's the territory of a different class. And Dragon Quest Heroes. Back in the original 4 that's left. You set to heal all in on party members near death. So they made them super. Yes, stomp. Text box that kind of thing. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I mean those kinds of little nods and stuff to the things only like the big fans would notice. I mean that adds a lot of charm. That kind of appreciation for the small stuff. Yeah, I plan on playing Heroes at some point here as well. So that'll be cool. I mean I won't know all those little things because I've only gotten into the series recently, but it'll be cool to see how they handle the stuff I do now. I'm hoping there's like a rest point? It's like I've got stuff, but not like a shitload. Anything over here? Well, I mean, I say we just go for it. I guess I could have bought a bunch of magic waters. That would have been the smart play. And I've been kind of lazy about this game. It's all the fucking the zings I threw out. Oh, I'll throw one out here. What do I have a magic water? I have a seed of magic. Yeah, Torneco's supposed to be like the birth of the mystery dungeon games, right? I'm familiar with that. I think is cool. Would like to play those at some point too. There's a lot of side quests, the path to death. Yeah, there's a lot of side games I'd like to try. I'm gonna take a quick piss. I'll be right back. Hey, the first Irish. DQ Kieran fills my heart. Beard Glaze, I'm one of them too. Hey, awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into those. There's the Dragon Quest Monsters games. Those are the Monsters ones? Yeah, and then I think the later ones are called like Joker or some shit, I don't even remember. The slime ones. What are those called? Rocket Slime, yeah. There's a lot of side ones I'd like to play. Mainly focused on the main line for now, but we'll see what it looks like when we start playing side shit. Did I do Dragon Quest 11? Yeah. Probably within a month or two. I'm playing this because I'm letting people get ahead of me in Xenoblade Chronicles. I haven't started that yet. But, after that, I might do 11. We'll see. Depends on how I'm feeling. Maybe the Game Pass version or whatever. A prize! Oh, thank you for the follow. Cash prizes! What was the cash prizes joke from? Maybe that's not a joke. Maybe that's just something that people say in, like, game shows. I think that's just a widely used thing. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, it'll be good to have you. You seem very knowledgeable. It's always nice for discussion. As long as you can handle me being hard on these sometimes. I enjoy them, but they don't get by unscathed, for sure, after we finish them. Some of them get a bit more heat than others, but it's a good time. It's comfy streams. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This guy's he's looking pretty pretty arrogant. Very relaxed. I can't handle you being so mean to the game, but I love the background noise. And well, if the accumulation of the positive and negative equals a net positive, then it's all good. I could at least let somebody sleep easier. The sound of me ranting, then it's good enough for me. Yeah, just hanging out. Man was just being tortured and jailed for 300 years, and I guess it made him super strong. really don't want to, like, have to go back. If I die, I die. Whatever. If I run out of mana. I don't know, this might be the finale. It might just be a step. We still have to fight the dragon, surely, so... But it could be like a second phase is him on the dragon kind of thing, finale. We'll see. I don't want to go all the way back. Usually I would, but I'll take my fucking chances here. I'm not like that fucked on mana. I don't know if I could use breath attack, insulate on this guy. I do an insulate to fight the dragon. On this guy, I mean it's not just one. The dragon's gotta appear. I would say if this is the finale, 3 phases. Him here, dragon, him on the dragon maybe, and then some kind of giga fucking I've transformed into a tub of lard or whatever, like in every other Dragon Quest. Yeah, this isn't a final boss theme, so maybe this is just gonna be a throwaway fight. Unless this is like the lamest Dragon Quest, and there's not even a final boss theme. Yeah, he looks cool. It's funny seeing him in the outside the fight, and then you get into the fight and he like far more detailed, obviously. He's like a boss. Motherfucker looks deranged. Oh, we got a coup de grace. I don't know how I feel about the coup de grace system. I think while it adds some flavor, it's too broken or it's too non-existent. Like, you don't really like strategize around it. It kind of just happens and then you just win the fight, or it means very little. I kind of wish it was something that played into the fights a bit more consistently. But whatever. It's a fun little thing. I mean, this just feels kind of not terribly well executed. Not about the law of the slushes fair enough, but the 3 Jimboteers, they're immortals. What's their excuse? Look. The Jimbos from Jimbopolis have they're ascended beings. Or maybe they're maybe the hero's just so strong that to like rationalize their own strength, they have like they imagine these other Jimbos, and they're just doing it all themselves. That might be it. Maybe that's it. Because yeah, how do the Jimbos just magically show up whenever I come out of weird places alone? And you know, how can they get on the train, and how can they be here? And you know, it just doesn't quite pan out. They have to be fake. It's the only option. Definitely not just because it's for gameplay. Patty called them up. Can't trust, untrustworthy perspective. There's your hack writing cop out. It's all fake. Yeah, she's imagining the Jimbos. Do you think somebody with crazy eyes like Aniki the Ninth? Do you think she's really all there? No way. How did the MC convince them to do this? I mean, we hired them. They're professionals. We hired them from the fucking desk, man. They're just professionals. Simple as that. just mercs. They're gonna get paid really well after this. Or they're mercs with a heart, you know? They start as a merc, they don't care, it's just a job. And then they end up, you know, getting caught up in the plot to save the world. And, you know, they've grown to love each other as a family, sexually. You know, the whole 9 yards. And now we're here fighting the Toriyama version of the Eco Kid. Yeah, they were threatened to being downgraded a dimension, like half of the cast. Now killing a soon-to-be god, yes. Yes, that's about right. Yeah, exactly. There's not much choice in that. Like, we can't all be gloriously, fully detailed 3D like this guy, but at least we're not those 2D commoners, right? Oh, nice. I wish that was the last boss. Credits, please! Just kill him and go home. I'm gonna go home and have sex with my wife. Yeah, the sexual tension of the Jimbo family. What happens in Jimbopolis stays in Jimbopolis. Surprise, nerd. Oh shit. He's become full edge. Release my religious inhibitors. I am become the devil. I mean, was he really being held back by his god, his angelhood, or whatever the fuck? How did he become so strong just being jailed up in a fucking basement, dude? No, my girlfriend betrayed me, maybe. I will kill everyone. This dude is the biggest drama queen. Oh, Jesus. Is he gonna be behind me too? That'd be great. Oh god. Somebody's gonna say it. I'm waiting for it. Somebody say it. It's gonna be silent. Somebody sign up. I wonder what the Jimbos think about being taken from a random inn as saving the universe against some mortals. Give me some exposition. Yeah. They're getting paid in exposure. They can get any job they want after this. I wait you below, mortal maid. Yeah, I mean, it is smart for sure. But I just think it's funny that he has like this much power untapped. I don't know where he got it. Not like he was the chosen one or some shit. He was just another Celestian who was a bit more angry than normal. Wish they'd delve into that a bit more. I mean, I guess that's more of like a fairy tale magic kind of thing, right? Like, they don't really have to explain it in depth, but you're just telling me if the Celestians just feel hate, they become Giga Psycho Killer Chads? I guess so. Yeah, Fasto. I fell. Well, this looks like the final fight. Probably. I'm sure it's a multiplayer too, why not? We're of equal status, of course. We're all the hero. And maybe when they're confused, you're not making an active choice to attack one of your own. Yo, they did that in anime, right? That's probably in Bleach. Where somehow they're able to like attack somebody by like turning their brain off and relying purely on instinct because the act of wanting to like hit them or something made it so they couldn't do it. We'll go with that. We'll go with the heavy anime. I like how they introduce like midpoint heals and saves, and then this place just doesn't have one. If there is one right before the final boss, that's gonna be cheesy because you don't see it. Yeah, but I mean, if that was me, I'd just be super angry. But is it just because he's an angel that his anger turns into power? I mean, that's a pretty big design flaw. The Almighty wasn't thinking too hard on that. I mean, I like me a good story about somebody taking in so much hate that they become powerful, but I still think it's kind of funny. Man just hated his way into godhood. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to just be more fantastical and shit. Well, this is a bit more simple and goofy than the Bible. I can poke funnier holes in it, but I think that's the idea. It's just kind of like a fantasy storybook thing. They don't have to explain it. He's just so angry that. Thing is, I mean, I guess he has a reason to be angry. I almost wish they'd spend more time on him. I feel like a lot of these random characters have probably dealt with worse, man. He had a misunderstanding that turned him into a psycho killer god. I mean, it's fine, but it's one of those you think about a little bit extra, and it's kind of got some stuff going on. Yeah, he goes from being like tortured prisoner to like, oh, I'm now better than the creator god. Here's what godhood is, not the entire story of Dragon Ball Z. Yeah. Ranger getting your ass kicked? Yeah, it's the willpower and the inner thing. I mean, but they have like arcs and stuff in Dragon Ball, right? Creator God Gamer. I wish we could just warp to the final dungeon. Oh, I'm actually gonna go buy something. I could probably sell something here. Oh, and I think there's some mini metal stuff I can pick up. Yeah, I mean, you have to just assume he's already really strong. I mean, I guess him shooting some lightning bolts at the Empire was supposed to be the display of his innate abilities. Alright, I want to buy the Jaguar Mint. Another one. Can I sell? I have almost nothing left, so Oh, I have a Spell Ward Circlet. Huh, I'm not gonna sell it. I can't even... Oh no, I could equip that. That'd be a good equip. I didn't even catch when I got this. It's quite juicy. Can sell that other piece and then I'll buy the Jaguar Mint. Well, yeah, it talks about buying a lot of stuff from here is a lot of it doesn't cover breath attacks or fire and ice, but helping through sheer defense of defense upgrades that we can mitigate all of the damage regardless. I mean, I do have Insulate, so hopefully that can help us there, but... We look like cavemen. Perfect. I don't think the one defense is worth it. Armamentalist? Yeah, I think I messed around with them and were they in 6? Yeah. I was the only swaps I did in this one were I changed my main character to a warrior. If I had access to paladin earlier, maybe I would have done that, but warrior's been fine. And then gladiator, I swapped that character from a I don't remember what it was. Martial artist to gladiator. I swapped a lot in 6, but in this one I've really kind of not felt the desire. I mean, I'm sure in the post game and grinding up all the different trees, it's more worth it. But just going through the single player, it's like I feel like you don't even get to finish out everything you want on a single class. So. Not as much reason to change. The Force. Yeah, I'm sure they're cool. And I've heard that Paladins are busted. Like the Forbearance move is supposed to be busted or something. Yeah, the game's not been super hard or anything. I mean, I like me some min-maxing and by all means switch just to different classes just for the sake of it. It's plenty fun, but yeah, I just kind of wasn't interested in grinding up all sorts of shit. Just kind of wanted to keep going with the story. Yeah, the game hasn't felt too hard. I mean, we've definitely gotten wiped. It's usually from crits though, and I run from most fights, so. But I did spend some time off stream doing some Metal Slime fights, so. A little bit more juiced up. Yeah, I'm sure the post game and beyond is juicy. But I'm not gonna really be messing with any of that, sadly. But the multiplayer just doesn't grab me as much. I might go watch a lot of content on it to kind of see how that endgame looked and shit, but I won't be doing much myself. Roller Coaster Tycoon? Yeah, I want to play some Roller Coaster Tycoon. I've not played enough management sims on the stream. There's probably some fun ones like that. Yeah, if there is a casino in the post game, well, you know, maybe I'd be digging in. Yeah, that's kind of my thing, is there's clearly a lot of time and like gameplay kind of focused on the post game and stuff, but I feel like it's almost at the detriment to the core base game. I don't think you like really get to see the extent of a lot of these classes really incentivized to swap that much, because there's not really good like ways to grind, or you know, you're not even like maxed out. A lot of stuff you don't even get until the end. Like we just got Sage and it's like a little late for that, right? I mean, I'd probably prefer Sage over most, you know, the Priest, but I mean, it's nice. It's nice if you're into the multiplayer and you want to go hard in the post game and get all the dungeons and grind all that stuff up. But I don't think it has to be at the detriment to the core game here. I think the core campaign here feels, well, it started off for the first 2/3 really strong. I feel like it's kind of been in a hurry to end and just kind of felt a bit underwhelming compared to most of the other Dragon Quests. I'm sure a lot of it's more of the extended focus on the procedural and the post-gamey stuff, but I think you could have the best of both, but whatever. I'll be a bitch. I will at some point. Where do you even get Roller Coaster Tycoon these days? Ridelo's coming in on his cool. It's a cool surfboard. GOG. Yeah, I'll have to plop it on a list. A GOG wish list. Is it on Steam? Do you just kind of fool around in Roller Coaster Tycoon, or is there like some kind of goal mode or something? I don't know much about it. It's good. I think we're about to walk into the final boss, quite possibly. So, that's exciting. How many games are on my playlist? Find out below the stream. Although, that's not super accurate. I don't have all my Steam wishlist games, my GOG wishlist games. Stuff that's just like on my Epic Game Store. I don't even have that downloaded, but I redeem the games. But I do try to keep a somewhat running list of plan to play games. Obviously, it can't be exhaustive. I don't know every game on Earth. I add stuff to it all the time, but there's a lot. There's a lot. There's probably more on there than I've played. I've played quite a few, so there's goals. Oh, cool. A nice way to kind of intro yourself to the whole sim thing. Yeah, the questing going good though. So it's been very interesting. There's some good steps forward, especially in the quality of life department, but parts of it are underwhelming. I think this would be an awesome one to see remade, the multiplayer stuff. But it's been a comfy time. It's not been bored or nothing playing it, so that's always good. Should probably add Roller Coaster Tycoon on there. Is there just like one that's like just straight up better to play than the others, or are they all worth playing in their own right? Because there's a few Roller Coaster Tycoons, right? Roller Coaster Tycoon. I'll just put series. Let's mark it as a series playthrough. Where's me yellow? Yeah, Kira was very nice and like set this whole list up for me. But I need to go through the process of tagging everything. I also haven't added the last like 5 or 6 games we played. That's very nice. I want to like tag everything with genres and all sorts of other info so that when people ask me about shit, we could just jump to it, or recommendations, I could just jump into shit and be able to talk about it quicker. Because sometimes it's like I forget about certain games or certain details, and it's being able to just kind of sift through the memories, I guess. It'd be nice. Just need to finish that one of these days. Hunter good, what's my bias since it's also my childhood? Two's pretty good, I would say do 2 instead of 1, but it's up to you. Okay. I don't know if it was just like a, you know, there's like a campaign with like a story or something, you know, maybe it's just worth it. If it's just like mostly mechanical and it's just one's just better, then yeah. Yes, I played that when we did the Humble monthly Humble bundle has like a pay per month thing like Game Pass, and somebody gifted me a month of that along with a bundle, and so we played through everything that looked like it was worth playing on that in a month. It was only a few weeks really, they're all very short. It was really interesting, there's a lot of really cool experimental like hour or 2 long games. It's not something that I would pay more than a month for. You could probably, anybody could probably get all they wanted out of a month, but anyways, that was on it. That one was alright. It's cute. The name is the content is not quite what you'd expect with the name, but it's not too far off. It's a bit more about acceptance and getting old and stuff like that. It's played as a gag, but there's a lot more commentary on stuff like that. Family and it's definitely not like some fucking piece of art, man. But yeah, we did on the fly the entire series in a row, except the ones I've already played, which was only really Adventure, Dreamland 1, and 64. And Air Ride. I already played those. Yeah, Kirby. We had a big tier list discussion of the series, and I have the tier list saved. Big talk about the series in general. It was a good time. I mean, the Kirby games aren't like, you know, not the best in their class, but it was interesting seeing. It's a series that's not too bad to play them all in a row because of how many mini games kind of games there are. There's not really as many that are purely just the Kirby gameplay. Like there's a pinball game, there's a mini golf game, there's a brick breaker game, right? You know, there's a racing game. So like, you know, you're jumping genres pretty hard. I mean, yes, there's a lot of there's like that like action RTS one we did, Mass Attack or whatever, but yeah. Definitely did a lot of Kirby. The only one I didn't get to play was what was it? It was Rainbow Curse. Couldn't get that on physical. I tried renting it. It didn't work. I had it in my hands, it didn't work. The disc was fucked. There wasn't a way to play it, and I was like, I'm not gonna mess with it. I'd already bought so many Kirby games for that. I was just like, I'm not gonna get another one. So. I don't know why I have all these Moonware bulbs, but I guess I'll just we'll spread them out. I don't know. It's something, I guess. Alright. A little healing. kind of a curious to set that up. Yeah. Used to have a separate paste bin for plan to play games and then one for finish, and just kind of consolidated them. Gotta finish the tagging process and the console and the years and all that. It's the final boss. The egg. The egg carrier. The great egg. Of course, dude. What did I say? He was gonna turn into some freak. They always turn into a freak by the end, man. It has to happen. Are we gonna fight the dragon beforehand, too? Okay, so he's not gonna ride the dragon, but we are gonna fight him. And then I guess we'll fight the freak version. I don't know if he's gonna pull a Resident Evil and fuse with him. We'll find out. Oh, maybe the Dragon Slash. Shit's free too. Oi. Ouch. Oh my god. I hate the knock 'em on their ass spells, man. Oh, do you like, is Insulate like a fucking thing that builds up now? I actually have to spam that? That's fucking special. So be it. Yeah, I bet this is a great place for that. I'm sure like everybody in this fight is dark damage or maybe some fire, but yeah, I want like the ultra goofy, like super goofy Dragon Quest, or yeah. It's like Black Frost or whatever from like SMT, but it's like a slime. When the little guy rises up. Maybe he'd be like a multiverse traveling like god slime and all of the metal slimes and slimes that have been killed in all of history. Infused him with so much rage, he's come to end it all. Gonna have to live alive apocalypse Armageddon ending. The king, just the king. No. I mean, there's goofiness. That's one of the, I feel like, the hallmarks of Dragon Quest. That's what's fun. But like, as the ultimate final boss, right? Give me the fucking like. I want it played totally straight, totally serious, but it's just like some god slime, right? It's totally fucking straight, man. No, it's not a side quest, just boom. That'd be funny. Somebody get this motherfucker a heal. Okay, I just don't think we can lower his defense any. Also, the ultimate being all the some childlike slime that rules over all existence. Yeah, I like it with a bit more of an evil edge to it. But yeah, definitely that kind of deal for sure. I don't want to use like too much mana. You know, I mean, this guy's not gonna be the last dude. Does agility affect accuracy in this? I don't remember. I don't mind knowing that. Does somebody know that? I'm gonna guess no. Yeah, regular boss name. And I mean, the other guy's sitting there juicing, right, in the egg. I mean, there's at least one more phase. With Mr. Juicington. Now, of course, now the heal comes out. Turn 1. I was defending just in case, right? Oh, his defense did go down at some point. Only has eyes for Aniki. I don't blame you, pal. Can I get the heal out, please? Jesus. Everybody's fucking agility really hit the fucking deck that hard, man. Should have made some agility rings instead, dude. These fucking turn orders is gonna be the death of me. Well, he hasn't done any breath attacks, so... maybe he's just saving it. Let's get that back. Oh, there we go. 10 years since we had a coup de grace. I'd be really like careful with my mana. I probably could have just like actually. I'd like to be full health, but that's probably the best we're gonna get. I don't know. I don't remember what I was saying. I don't know what Beelze Freeze is. I'm not gonna be able to get anything in any of these really, so. And they've just leave. Nice. Oh. I can leave. Am I gonna go all the way back for this guy? Probably should. Probably should. I mean, I'm not even like that low, but you never know, right? I mean, I do have some magic waters that aren't even in my thing. So, I mean, I could just go for it. I have one magic water. I mean, yeah, I got plenty of time. We'll give it a go, man. We'll give it a go. It'd be like 5 minutes, man. Maybe he'll be free. I doubt it. There's been very few final bosses in Dragon Quest that are totally free, but... Your best in mighty Barbarous. Where's the chick gonna be? Is she gonna show up afterwards again? Somebody stop this man. He's gone too far. Ooh, music. Oh, damn, this one actually feels like some final boss music. Sometimes they try to go for atmosphere in the final boss. The Almighty, the final bosses, and it ends up being kind of like Sleeper. Like Dragon Quest VIII tried too hard to make it atmospheric, and it just drug on. This one's going in on the music instead. I don't know. I don't know if the Almighty's just gonna show up. They said that if the Almighty died, everything would disappear earlier. That's what the goddess lady said. But I don't know, man. He's sure been fucking AFK for a while. Jesus, he's already done a disruptive wave. I haven't even buffed yet. I'm great at Paralyze. My favorite. Well, I'm not gonna bother with Care Prayer then. Let's do Oomph Spam. Oi! Schmack. These are pricey, man. But I'll do it. I doubt Blunt works, but I guess it's worth seeing. Cool, dude. Big fan of the overfocus. Sure wish the healer wasn't the last person to take a fucking turn, man. Let's just use one of the deals. We had Kabuff, man. That would change a lot. I mean, I've given them seeds. Yeah, Meteorite Bracer requires a lot of extra time and effort to set up. That's what I did in the last game, but it takes a while to make gear in this. I don't know how I might just defend. Oh, you're good, man. I'm not going back to the drawing board on any party member there right now. The most I would do is get a couple levels. Okay, he does have breath attacks. I'm hoping to get a nice coup de grace. That would be cool. Even with a lot of agility though, the turn orders in these is kind of wonky. Always has been. You'll have 10 zillion fucking agility, go last, and the next turn you go first, so... It's nice to have, it helps with consistency, but yeah, I'm not gonna like go crazy on it. I went to sleep for like a week. Good morning. Hope the gyms get a final. It says Stark in the game's ending, yeah. And they all lived on a private island very peacefully. I could just spam multi-heal. I don't think blunt worked. I could spam accelerate, but he's just gonna wipe it. He's already shown he's willing to wipe that. Pretty decent damage. I would go for an insulate. I probably should. If I ever get a chance. But we're getting some pretty juicy coup de grace here. What the? Nice. Please go to 100. What? What? Weak. Quite possibly your last coup de grace. That's the best you could do for us. The Hatchet Man greed. That would be really funny. If we nailed the Hatchet Man, we'd almost probably kill the bastard. But I'm not gonna waste it. I'm just gonna attack. Jesus. The Hatchet Man gamble, yeah. Okay, thank God we beat him in turn there. Otherwise that would have been horrible. I forgot this doesn't full heal anybody. Actually not very good. I'm better off multi-heal. MP is fully restored. God, no hundreds? Jesus. I guess I could free him from sleep, but I feel like he's gonna wake up on his own. Alright. For the fans, I'll do a hatchet, man. No. Wiped my attention and my own. Classic. That's the Dragon Quest VIII classic thing. It doesn't matter. Maybe I'll get a Hatchet Man anyways. I mean, I'll take it. It's gonna do like less than a normal attack. Hatchet Man! I really hope he doesn't do something before. Okay, multi-heal. I almost want to start spamming multi-heal just for preventative. Bullshit. Oh, great. Well, at least he just tensioned a single person. I did another Hatchet Man. I didn't even think about it. I just pressed A. Just fuck it, man. I got the fucking subconscious need for gambling. The Hatchet Man strikes. I got one more in the chamber. We'll save that. Not who I wanted to see that on. Horrible luck. And we got fucking last turn healer pretty much. Okay. It's all good. Next phase, brother. Our man Jimbo didn't even live, man. Although I guess they get XP even if they die, which is cool. The only male. I guess this incest party's gonna lack a sausage. The epilogue. Only the sisters remain. Ha 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 ha. So are we gonna have to fight again, or is she gonna walk up and be like, wait, stop being evil? And then he'll be like, okay. Some victory scissor now. God. Oh, he's here. But is there another phase? His model hasn't changed. It just has some red juice around him. Isn't that only supposed to happen if there's a Celestian? I thought he gave up his Celestian nature. I mean, I guess he is an Iron Man, or he is biologically a Celestian. It's God's will. What did she just... I mean, I guess if she can't explain it, then just, like, is she, like, fucking mind melding? Or is this for us? It's a cool shot. I was just thinking, like, I really wish they had spent more time on all this. Because the concept of it, you know, like the fallen guy, he's been tricked, you know, he's just been fucking, you know, brought down by the amount of bad shit and bad mortals and all that, you know, is cool. But I feel like they hit you with all of his backstory in like 2 5-minute chunks, if that. It'd be nice if it was like a bit more to it. It kind of is all really unloaded and over quick, because it's not like bad in its own right. Live Alive did it better, man. I'll just throw that out there real quick for no particular reason. Just thinking about Live Alive. There's all the bringing back from the dark side. She seems cool. Her dad was a loser, though. I hope they pass on. That'd be a nice way to end it. Because she's already a ghost. We've been passing on people the whole time to have one big final pass on. That was what I like. I really liked the you're running around helping people move on thing. I mean, it's not like the most unique story, but it's always got a lot of, you know, potential to tell some strong stories, right? And people's regrets and, you know, that kind of shit. It's good. It's ripe for episodic storytelling, right? Things like Spirit Fairy do it. I mean, I don't know. I'm talking about Spirit Fairy, but it's a good deal. It's a good premise. Kind of just heard that the whole time. Well, unless there's another hidden bad man, then that's must be it. Ha ha ha, that bastard. He left me all of his evil energy. Maybe Zeus is gonna show up. Maybe you have to find Zeus in the post game. He's on like a beach. The only problem with customized characters is it makes cutscenes look goofy as shit. Which, I mean, I made this face to be goofy, but, you know, the leopard print, not quite the most immersive piece of gear. Yeah, the eyes sell it. No doubt. Oh, what's up? Are you the final boss? Just cuz? It was you, Anarchy the Ninth. You who saved the world from sorrow. You're right, Pressure. You're right. They wouldn't do 2 songs. You're right. Go for it, Papa. We'll be talking about this for probably another half an hour or more after the credits. Usually do. Go through my piece on the game and what you guys thought. Oh, the Bible? Yeah. I mean, you could definitely. I mean, it's definitely no part. A great part inspired by the old Bible. They just replaced some people with Greek gods instead. Aniki, smile the ninth. Smiley the ninth. Old Testament story. Well, yeah, I think that's cute. It's not like super overt outside the angelic stuff, but I mean, that's so common. I guess that's less a theme and more just a, I don't even call it a reference, but parallel. But yeah, I got what you're saying for sure. Live alive, dude. Yeah, I think it's cool. I enjoyed the premise, and I love the episodic stories. Maybe they were good because they were pulled from the Bible. I've not read the Bible, so Fallen Angel. Yeah, I mean, when you explain it out, I don't think it's an accident. That's for sure. They definitely were doing that on purpose. Well, and hats off to them not having God just be evil. I mean, I guess he was an asshole, but the goddess was not an asshole. But really, God's never evil in Dragon Quest. Despite it being the quintessential vanilla RPG, and everybody always saying you kill God in JRPGs, it's really like, you know, you don't really kill God. I mean, you'll kill God-like beings, but you don't kill like the creator God or something. The goddess is usually, if she even appears, as a good person. Pulling straight from the Bible and still keeping it in their pants is interesting. No casino, no space doggo. It's shit. No casino in this. Yeah, that was shocking, actually. There's a few that actually do. A few what? Sorry, Dragon Quest games. I mean, I might have been forgetting final bosses, but what Dragon Quest introduced casinos? Oh, there's a few that actually do. There's only a few that actually do. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I guess like the creator god. I guess it depends. Something that calls itself God is different from something that's just what you'd consider godlike in power. Yeah. Don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's not, yeah, probably super, super, super common. Probably overstated, but definitely a thing. Oh, the space dog. Yeah, that space dog. Yeah. Free will's a burden. Yeah. Maybe I've played just too much SMT. You're killing creator gods left and right. Final Fantasy. Not all the Final Fantasy. I guess 9 had a god, right? Sort of. I won't get into it. Actually, we'll let some of those stand. I know there's some people going through the series. I need to elaborate. Yeah, I want to say it was 3 had the Pachirisu thing or whatever, that was like the Mario Party board thing, right? Like that was like so good, and they got rid of it. I think like after like 5 or some shit, 5 or 6. Fuck, man, that was fun. It was fun rolling through the ticket, getting little bits of loot. Just obey, man. Have faith in a ascended being. They know better than you. Left to your own devices, you will suffer. I don't know why. It was fun. 5 also had high-low. I think 5 was the best time for gambling in Dragon Quest in many games. Machirisu, high-low, slots. I mean, maybe 11's gonna beat it out. We'll see, but I don't know. It was fun. Maybe the RNG of it, or I mean, technically there's missable stuff, but I mean, you could just get. Wasn't there ways to get more tickets or like an infinite ticket? I don't remember. It was never like an issue. You always got like a bunch of seeds and mini medals. I mean, maybe you could skip, not have mini medals in it, but it was fun. It was cool. It was nice that it was like you only could do it so many times. Stakes were there. All will be lost to your perception, but nonetheless you must go forward. Oh. We just won't be able to see it. Big deal, dude. Oh no, I can't see fucking Albus Major or whatever the fuck. The biggest loser on the fucking all of creation. The only person I'll regret not seeing is the fairy and fucking Sterling, dude. They were the best. Surprised they never had like a serious moment with the fairy. She was always cracking wise the whole time. Felt like that kind of character who would not take things seriously or take you that seriously, but then have like a big emotional moment where they're a bit more, you know, let down the smart ass for a bit. Maybe we'll get that right now. And I guess they didn't really go deep into any of the characters, she just kind of is there. I think Navi has more of an arc than this chick. I like the train theme song. I was hoping they'd play it again here, but I guess it's a bit too upbeat. The last trains were a mistake, dude. The Almighty was right. Oh, music. I feel like a fucking 80s montage about to start. I'll say it's one of the few Dragon Quests that actually had some music that stood out. I mean, there's really good stuff. Like, a lot of the symphonic shit in 8's really solid, but a lot of them run together after playing these for 2 years. This one makes an attempt at having a few different kinds of sounds in the songs, and I think it pays off pretty well. It only does it sometimes, though, so I can't give it too much credit, but there's more, like, percussion and like weird little vocals and stuff in it. Neat. Anyway, we'll let the credits play out and then start talking about the game. If you guys got any takes on it, I see you got the base. This isn't a lot of shit. The Twin Peaks base. Boing. Boing. Jesus, what the hell's going on? Music's going, dude. Yeah, if you guys got anything you want to talk about, if you guys just want to throw some thoughts out into the void on it or whatever, I'll chit chat about the game. I'll say my piece on it after the credits, I guess, since there's stuff to see here. Yeah, and then I'll go check the mail, and then I might start that arcade racer game. That's not in the mail. I'll either just stop the stream for the day and it'll just be a short one, or we'll start Xenoblade. We'll be talking about this for a good half an hour at least. I need to get some air and drink, though it's very hot. Oh, is this the lady that was his wife who married another man? Oh, that was cool of her. Although, what does my guy expect? He just ran off to a mountain for 5 years, and he expected his wife to just be okay with that. It's like, yeah, dude, you're gonna get in too hard, man. Sorry. I liked the doll one. I liked all the episodic stories. I think they were all much better than the overarching story. It wasn't even close. I actually felt something on them. There's some of the better episodic stories in Dragon Quest. I think that's the problem, is once they stop doing those, it kind of I wouldn't say fall apart, that's a little exaggerated, but it definitely falls off a little. God, the 2D people with 3D people intertwine is I don't think they'll ever fully get used to that, and I won't need to, because almost nothing does it. Could have connected them somehow, yeah. I think maybe more of them, and maybe how they did in 8, where they had a singular reason that all of it's happening, but obviously not like 8, but just a little thread, right? Because I don't think 8's stuff is very good, but the connection was that everything was happening because of the figs. Because of the earthquake and the figs landing. That's all they needed, right? And then you just get into why the figs happen, which is what happened. I just think that the actual overarching story is just eclipsed by the strength of the episodic stories. I think it's more of a problem with how good the actual later parts are story-wise than really how they intertwine them. Yeah, I'm sure they could find some way, but yeah. The Jimbos, you think the Jimbos are fucking on this train? Where the hell are we going? Where are they gonna drop us off at? Oh, Angel Falls. We're gonna get dropped off at Angel Falls. Our sex den. Sex pit. I can't believe that dragon just jobbed, dude. He just got killed. Oh, where is he now? Is that him? There's no flying in this either. Maybe the flying's post-game. Or maybe the reefs disappear. Are they gonna drop me off at Angel Falls, bro? Just right outside All Trades again? Come on, man. Take us back. You just couldn't handle it. Flying. Oh, maybe. Might be right. I need closure on the shoulder guy. Yeah, is he? Are we gonna get to meet him again? Is he gone? Okay, at least Stella gives a shit here. Sterling, my guy here. Say it isn't the end, Sterling. Dude, that would be funny as fuck if he's he winks and then he turns into the Almighty. Hey, buddy, could you at least park me next to our boat, or, somewhere I could actually fucking, go to? He parks you off on a fucking island in the middle of the fucking ocean, dude. I guess we still have our powers. It's not like we lost any of it. I guess it doesn't matter where he parks you. I think the bus was underutilized. Not the bus. The train was underutilized too, man. Like, we could have flown in the train. There could have been, like, little things that got added on into the train. That could have been cool. Still, it was pretty good, though. Our top is secret. What? The hiding shoes? I really want to be a nail... What? A nail artist? Yeah, dude. Yeah, like in a casino on the back, you know, it keeps adding on train pieces. That would have been cool. Like some side quests where you could like add on stuff to your train, customize it. It just zooms in on the face. Yeah. What is that? Another fig. To be continued. I don't think so. I mean, maybe I'll go watch somebody's post-game thing on ×2 speed or some shit, but I think that'll be our journey ended. The post-game fig, yeah. Oh, I think not. It was a good time, but I'm not looking to go deeper. What happened to Zeus too? Is this gonna be like 8 where the post game has more story in it than the actual game? 8 like tells you all about your origins, the rat's origins, other fucking stuff with the war. Where do I even go for the post game? Our boy Jimbo just been getting a little purple. Yeah, what happens? I mean, obviously there's the procedural stuff, which has a bunch of crazy bosses and stuff like that, but I mean the big stuff that's not procedurally generated. Literally the next post-game section, retrieving the Starlight Express. And we just go back. Oh, we gotta fly with it? Oh, what's this? Or just I can do something else. I don't know. Because there's areas I can't get to on the map, but it could be that they're just gonna open those up. Like, how much of the experience of this game is the fucking post game, dude? I mean, obviously there's a lot of content, but how much of it's like really significant, and how much of it's like just grinding up to get gear to go fight, you know, super bosses. I mean, that's all cool, but totally worth doing on its own. But I'm got too much to play. Yeah, after a bittersweet ending, we're like, hey, I'm back. Hey, motherfucker, I'm back. Well, let me see. Let me look around a little bit more here, and then I'll get into it. Like I said, I want to turn on the fan and all that. I'm trying to think of some core places we'd go back to. Tower, legacy bosses, yeah. Boris mentioned legacy bosses. Okay. So I wonder what kind of story stuff is in the tower. Well, I'll just watch most of that. We got other stuff to be doing. I've checked everything to the max. Oh wait, I forgot to grab that armor. I went back there for that one reason and I never grabbed it. Or did I? Could have had that for the boss. So anyways, if you guys got some essays you want to form real quick, you probably got like 5 minutes before we get into it. But, I don't think there's probably a whole lot to be said on it. That isn't me just rambling, probably. I don't know how many people here actually played it, but even if just watching it, you know, something, feel free. Here's what we got here. 300, yeah. I read an article where some guy said it took him 800 hours to... He was like one of the first people to do it, like 800 hours to 100%. Yeah, I'm not going in for that. I mean, that's cool. I'm not saying it's wrong to enjoy that. By all means, by all means, have fun. If you just love the gameplay, you have a lot of friends who want to play with it. I mean, I'm sure it was really cool then, but yeah, I'm not exactly... Oh, this heals your wounds too. That would have been useful. But I look like some fucking level 50 WoW warrior now. Like a total asshat. Anyways, I'm gonna do a quick save, go grab a drink, some air, and then we'll get into it. I don't have any notes or anything. I didn't forget. Well, I kind of forgot. I should have decided to do that. Whoa, we're about to start talking about the game we just finished. Give us your thoughts. Also, I'll be right back. I want to go somewhere with music. Oh, games suck. And thank you, Gato. Your check is in the mail. The games suck. Alright, be right back. Video music quiz? Yeah, we should probably switch to some other music, huh? 10k points, no backsies. New gambling laws in video games, yeah. It's the only series I really like enjoy going doing casino stuff in. I think it's because you get tangible rewards and it doesn't take forever to do. The save's coming. Okay, let's actually just go to the main menu, and then I'll just mute the game and we'll put on some music of our own here. Can I just go to the main menu from here? Actually, we're just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna mute it. Okay, a gamble. What should we get? What should we gamble before I get into the talking? I mute you guys. Something JRPG, I guess, right? Would be good. Start 11. I have a game maybe in the mail. I'll check here. Called, what is it called? Horizon Chase Turbo. We'll be doing that next. 11's gonna be way too long. I want to start Xenoblade. I don't know. What JRPG music do I want to do? I don't want to take too long deciding here. I always say I'll make these offline, but then I don't. I'd like to do something tricky. Yeah, Xenoblade seems like it's going to be solid. Okay, we'll do this song. Fuck it. Yeah, it seems solid. I mean, I like the last two, so I'm looking forward to getting into it. Yeah, Xenoblade music is really good. I've heard the third one has a solid soundtrack. I like the first one's the best, but X's is interesting if you like Sawano. But do this one for 5 minutes. Oh, my eyes. 1 sec. Sorry. Ooh, Jesus. Okay. Do that. And here's the song. Let me restart it. Maybe the song's not chill enough to be talking over, but it's 5 minutes long, so I'm going to turn it down a little bit. You'll have to just listen to it quiet while I talk. 4 choices. Depends on the difficulty. If I don't have something super tricky, maybe I'll do more choices. Maybe it's double difficulty, who knows. Anyways, I thought this game started pretty solid. I was enjoying it much more than like 8. I thought the episodic stories were really clean. I liked the pace, the world wasn't too bloated in size. You could generally walk around the map. Didn't take too long. You got to the next area, next story quickly. There was a nice dungeon after everything. There's a boss. It was just clean. It was just the solid, just what you'd expect of kind of Dragon Quest. That was nice, but I think as you go, some of the things they've changed, some of the things story-wise that start happening, some of the systems, some of the focus on post-game and multiplayer and all that start to kind of rear their heads, and I feel like make kind of a, I wouldn't say just disappointing, but kind of an underwhelming game as a whole, especially in the last third. I guess to get into those a bit more specifically, I would say It's just a fucking laundry list. I mean, one, the exploration I think is taking kind of a hit. Mini metals got slaughtered and turned into daily grinds or just grindable objects. Those were something that was fun just to explore and find. There's not a whole lot to find out in the world that isn't resource nodes, and there's sometimes not even a resource node out there. I know the treasure maps are out there and stuff. So that kind of hurts a little bit. No casino. The amount of time it takes to kind of go through all of the gear and create it, and the amount of like really menial kind of just like boring side quests to get to the same kinds of rewards you'd get in the other games. It's not terribly engaging. Like, it was cool being able to explore around and feel like you got like a really good thing, and this is one of the few really good things. Or, you know, maybe you're able to make it, you know, you can make about everything, and it felt like, you know, you hit the peak, or, you know, you knew there was some post game, but you felt like you had a good setup. And in this, it felt like too much that the base game was just kind of like the tutorial almost. And I don't think it had to feel that way. I don't think the post game or anything had to be at the cost of the core progression. You don't like fully finish any trees really. There's not really much incentive to swap classes. You don't even get most of the classes till the end. There's too much grinding to get them up there. Too many of the quests are too boring and grindy. Getting fucking gear is really grindy. And I don't know why they decided to go from a more engaging, like, collection of fun short-term things over like an 80-hour campaign to like padding it out with a bunch of like really grindy small objectives with a campaign that's like 30 hours long. So I don't like a lot of that. So they're like changing, you know, incentives for exploration. They're changing, you know, I don't know how to put it. I don't know. So some of those things are just kind of like annoying. I think this episodic storytelling was really good and really falls off hard as soon as you're done with it. It feels like the game's kind of in a rush to get to the end. This felt like the shortest one. It felt like it was like a taste. Like, I felt like there was like the world felt smaller. It felt like we didn't have as many like little stories. There wasn't as much side stuff I feel like to go do that felt like kind of big and interesting. What was mostly there was like, you know, kind of just boring like little miscellaneous subquest sort of deals, and they were just not interesting to want to mess with. Like, go block 30 times in a fight. Like, I mean, it's just not compared to the other ones where you're always kind of just going, right? You're always at a steady pace. Sorry, we're about to hear it again here. You're always at like a steady pace, going to a new place, exploring a new thing. This just wants you to stop and just kind of fuck around, fellas. All right, let me hit you with it. It was Kingdom Hearts, by the way. I screwed up. Quarter of Eternal Sonata's music is Frederick Chopin, but the rest of it's done by what's his name? Motoi Sakuraba? Is that his name? The guy who does the Tales games. Here's some Eternal Sonata. But yeah, good work, guys. Somebody put some big points in there. Yeah, probably not the most difficult, but that's why I put more options in there. Sorry for the losers. Better luck next time. But yeah, where was I? I don't know. I don't think the game like royally fucks up at all. It just feels kind of like, underwhelming. Like, I don't really want to mess with a lot of the side stuff because it's not very engaging content. It's very kind of like like boring, kind of just repetitive, kind of lame shit with rewards that like used to just be something you'd find in a pot, right? Like there's no seeds to find. The mini medals are all grindy shit and chests that spawn a couple times a day, and it's like, you know, so it's like it was something you're used to having, you know, be a fun little incentive to just to do actual interesting content in the other games, and then they turn it into something that has to be like boring. Like they could easily have had all that stuff with another system on top of it with side quests. I also just don't think Dragon Quest gameplay in general is just interesting enough to want to like go and just do quests just for the sake of doing it. Maybe if I was more invested in the world and the progression and all that, I would want to do all the little side quests, but if anything, they just feel like they hurt the main story. Stuff like your rarity being like 2 by the end of the game, I mean, that doesn't feel very awesome, right? You're like, oh yeah, well I got the awesome armor, it's like 2 or 3 star rarity. I mean, I get post-game's a thing, but you could have like a separate rarity for post-game. That's more superficial, but I mean, it's just that kind of like mentality to it. I get that the multiplayer is probably awesome. I love the idea of a co-op JRPG campaign. I think that's really cool. I'm sure all of the post-game shit is very interesting, but I just feel like too much of it is at the cost of like a solid base game. Like if you just take this as, you know, just a Dragon Quest kind of campaign, it just is lacking in a lot of ways. It's between the length, the exploration, the grindiness, the repetition of the side quests. It just kind of slows it down and spreads the butter too thin there. There's good things though. I think the quality of life is much better in this. Having equipment be a separate thing is awesome. I like that the alchemy pod has been improved. The menuing has been improved. You get more recipes out there. They're not as vague. The problem with the alchemy pod is the amount of items, the amount of steps you need to get certain things, how a lot of them are just in like singular nodes in the world that you need to like go sleep a bunch of times or let real time, I guess in some cases, pass. Not quite, you know, that juicy. Oh wait, if I do raindrops, I think it's DMCA, even though it's a fucking classical piece from 10 zillion years ago. Some jabroni has played it recently, I'm sure. I'll DMCA it. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I mean, is, I mean, the base feeling of the single player of the campaign kind of a more traditional Dragon Quest experience is kind of at odds with other parts of it. Just trading with people, I don't know. I mean, that's cute, but you're already doing co-op with them. Just make more co-op oriented content. Have the option for trading. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a neat idea, but it doesn't make for the most rewarding of like solo time. Ian Heckcox? I don't know who that is. But no. I've been told I sound like a wet towel. That I'm tired. That I'm sad. That I like marijuana. But not Ian Heckcox before. I'm from Smosh? Oh, okay. I know Smosh, but I have not watched enough to know my name. Likely beta test for the MO? Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, overall, I enjoyed it. I did like playing it. It was very comfy. I liked that you could take the middle of the game at a different pace. You could go do stories here and there. It was really building up to be very awesome, and I wanted to have more of that. You know, the world opens up more. We go do more side shit. We have more episodic stories. They lead in and tell a really strong, maybe finale, kind of overarching thing, but I feel like it kind of just wet farts out too much. I feel like too much of the minute-to-minute exploration and stuff has taken a back burner to tedious side quest and stuff. I don't know. It's not like completely crazy different from the other ones, so that's why it's kind of hard to really nail down the details here, but there is stuff for sure. Hey, maybe I'm his clone or something. Who knows? God, Jesus. I can't have my door open because it's loud as fuck, but then if I have my door closed, this room turns fucking 100 degrees. Sorry if you guys hear a bunch of movies out there. Let's turn on some other tunes. Sorry, it's gonna be distracting me this whole time. Hearing like machine guns going off. Let's just do some Final Fantasy. I don't know. Where was I? I don't have notes on this one, so I'm just kind of scatterbrained on the whole thing. Like I said, I like that they tried to do different stuff musically. Not every track was a banger, but I do think this was one of the fans sewn into your shirt. Fan only does so much when the whole room's hot. I need a refrigerated fan sewn to my shirt. Trims my nips, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, the music, yeah. I would say this one has. I liked the soundtrack in this one at times. It wasn't all forgettable. It wasn't all boring. I think they tried to do some new things, new sounds. It wasn't just the typical shit. I mean, most of it was, but it tried to mix it up, and I respected that. So I liked that. This was probably one of my favorite, just normal battle themes in Dragon Quest. It was pretty. I was bopping. It was pretty addicting. So that was a good thing. I liked the visuals. I liked the kind of low poly DS stuff. I think the 2D sprites with 3D characters running around is kind of a you get used to it, but it's this weird juxtaposition that I don't know if they quite nail. It looks a little odd, but the game's. I mean, Dragon Quest is always kind of comical and goofy and stuff. It's not a big deal. But overall, it looked nice. There's a lot of colors, a lot of different dungeons with different designs. They didn't all run together like in some of the Dragon Quests. Not much in the way of mechanical depth in the level design. It's just walk A to B. There's not a whole lot going on. Even the one that we thought was going to have a puzzle in it, like the mirror one, did not have a puzzle in it. You just pressed a few buttons. But overall, that was cool. The combat, I feel like I like the idea of job systems, but I've always felt that Dragon Quest's job system just kind of pales in comparison to a lot of other RPGs. I think one of the problems in it is there's just really a lack of like moves. Like there's a lot of moves that are just not useful, and I feel like in Dragon Quest 8 you have pretty much the entire pool of like moves at your disposal by the end, and then in a job system one, I feel like they just take that pool and just kind of like pull parts out instead of really making more things that stand on their own. So it feels like, I'm not using debuffs or insulates, and I'm barely using debuffs. And it's like, it's the same core thing from like probably all the way back to like 4 or something. But instead it's just been kind of pulling apart and thrown to different jobs. And I get that's not exactly the case. They do have their own unique things, but I just don't think there's like a robust enough set of moves to really even justify the fucking job system sometimes, man. I feel like at the end of the day, the job system, at least in this, makes the combat feel like, like shit's like flashing on my screen. What the fuck? It makes the combat feel even more simple, and I don't think Dragon Quest has ever needed to be more simple. Like if most of the bosses in this were just like attack and heal, like there wasn't buff and there wasn't debuff, and it was just attack and heal. And I mean that's the core of most RPGs, especially Dragon Quest, but like a little extra's nice. Usable items were not as interesting in this. I mean, I had wands and stuff, but they just didn't feel like there was big a deal. A lot of that was that there wasn't as big a groups for AoEs, which worked fine. Stuff like the Sage's Stone being nerfed. The fights just being easier. I don't need consumables as much. Like, So you don't have that fun kind of itemization with on-use effect items. Also, since you have to equip them to use them, it doesn't quite work out super well there. I do like the way the item pouches in this, but it did kind of let you think about loadouts a bit, and I think that was a little bit of depth that's kind of gone here. Blam, Blam's good. I haven't played this fully in an age. I think I started at some point, then decided no, I'd play when I play the rest of the series, and I have not touched it in over a year. Yeah, I mean, it's a long series. You're gonna go through the rest. I mean, this is the 9th, so... it's fun. I think if you could get together some buds, I mean, that would probably... Like with anything with multiplayer, enhance the experience, but... I don't know, yeah. I think the job system in this is... I like 6 is better. 6 you might have to swap between a lot of stuff, but at least you are swapping and it doesn't feel super tedious. I mean, even swapping in this, you have to go grind to get back up, and... I mean, that's fine if you want, but most people aren't going to want to just go grind up their classes 50 or 40 levels when they unlock it at the end of the game. It's kind of like if you... What is this flashing? I need to close this and reopen it. I think my computer's going to fucking reset or something. Give me a sec here. Keep getting distracted. Yeah, I don't know. Not the most interesting. You know... You can combine the job stuff together, but it tends to just be like passives and stuff, not as many active moves. It's nice that you can give other jobs like the ability to use certain weapons and stuff, but by the time you're at the end of the game here, and I might even be over leveled, I've got like one tree and like a touch of another done. I know you could swap between them to like gain easy skill points on the fly, but it's just like, it's a very just slow, kind of grindy process. And it's just hard to really, I don't know, it just kind of pales in comparison to something like a tactics or some shit, right? Where you're swapping between a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of moves and they play very differently, and you know, there's a lot of different ways to approach the combat. And I mean, I get it, they're not going to reinvent the wheel in Dragon Quest, but it's already so simple at its core. To like have on-use items be not as good, to have the job swapping stuff really only matter for like the procedural shit and the endgamey stuff. It's another thing that kind of hurts the core combat. I like that they took the tension system and made it not stupid. I think that was one of the worst parts of 8's combat. Really glad that tension is just like a thing you can do. It doesn't revolve around it. You just have some moves that add tension. It adds more depth to it. Once again, though, tension still has an issue where it's too good. The Gladiator having the ability to fucking max tension at random with its super move pretty much just shits on the bosses. Almost one-shots a lot of bosses. Tension was already an RNG nightmare in 8 because of all the tension wipers between being able to roll for the 100, stuff like that. In this, it's less of a problem and more of a like it doesn't make you wipe, but it makes you too good. And then that was the thing in 8 too, is like if they did allow you to do tension, it just made it really easy. So I think the tension system as a whole is better in this. I like how they incorporated it, but I think it's still too strong that they let you just jump, like boost your tension up that quickly. On the flip side, the other coup de grace or whatever are like shit a lot of the time. Being able to heal everybody on the fly is nice, especially at lower levels. And remove all their status ailments, but it doesn't full heal. And with the turn orders kind of being wonky, it's something you might sit on, but it's not really like a huge deal. I mean, it's nice. It's a good one to have, but holy fuck. Jesus Christ, there's a screaming in the living room. My brother's watching like Tank Girl or something. Can't win, it's too hot to have the door closed. What else? I'm kind of just going through the list here. I don't know. I mean, if you guys got something big you want to say about it, by all means. I was talking about tension. Oh yeah, the coup de grace. I like the idea of the coup de grace system, like a system where you just had like a super move you can use occasionally. I think it needed to be more consistent. Yeah, what's up, Sin? Thank you very much. I think it was it needed more consistency. You could go multiple bosses without seeing it. You could get it 50 times in a fight like we did on the final fight. I don't know. Some of them suck. Like, your spells costing 0 mana would be fine if it didn't cost me a turn to use that, and because mana wasn't a big problem in this. I don't know. It just... It wasn't as bad as the tension system was in 8. If you want to compare new additions to the combat, I think 8, pretty much everything it introduces has some major flaw. The coup de grace is not as fucked as that, but definitely a little sloppy. But I like the idea. What else is there? Yeah, so, nothing I truly hate. I just think there's a lot of weak things. It kind of falls off in its last third. I guess that's the big deal. Don't think it'd be my favorite, but I get why people like it. And I totally understand the multiplayer is where the money's at, but that doesn't invalidate any opinions on just playing through the game, right? I think you could still have just as good of a normal Dragon Quest playthrough with multiplayer. I don't think I would like magically change my thoughts on it objectively, right? I mean, maybe it'd be more fun because I'm playing with friends, but it's not like the content is purely made for co-op or anything, right? Like maybe the trading thing, like Boris was saying, absolutely, that would give you some advantages, but it's not like there's content. There's no room I have to step on 2 switches or anything, or take control of a party member. Maybe there is procedural dungeons that have pure co-op stuff in there, but it is very much designed to be a single-player Dragon Quest campaign with multiplayer that you can do, not multiplayer you have to do. So, yeah, I don't know. Other than that, making your own character was cute. I thought that was fun. Bringing back creative characters was neat. I don't mind that there wasn't like an actual list of characters with personalities you played as, because I think a lot of the side characters carried it well enough. But yeah, there's no flying. Kinda sucked. Oh, I like that the enemies are on the field. That's a good one. I always like that. It adds a little bit more. Makes it a little bit more engaging to run around because you're dodging stuff. It can be a bit annoying sometimes in the overworld because they kind of they're always kind of like right in front of you, so you always have to do the same kind of juke. But I thought overall that was cool. Wish you could have set the map to always be on the same screen. Screen swap wasn't really necessary, but I get why it was there because of the touchscreen movement. I don't know if there's anything else. I feel like I'm missing some big stuff. There's a lot to say on this one, because there's a lot to say when you compare it to other Dragon Quest games, because it does change things subtly at times. But then when you kind of pull it out and compare it to like games as a whole, it's still got those same Dragon Quest issues. So there's a few conversations there, and I probably missed half of them, but whatever. A lot of it we talked about over the playthrough, so. What was our stats looking like? Cool. 66. I did skip a lot of stuff. No party chat? Yeah, which I mean, I guess you couldn't have. Literally unplayable. I always think I'm gonna do party chat, and then I just end up not clicking it as much. It's weird because I'll listen to every single skit in like Tales, but then I don't want to mess with party chat in this. I think it's because too often the dialogue is just very throwaway, and there's not going to be any like action to it. It's just going to be them just saying a couple things, and I also think that since Dragon Quest is more focused on the gameplay, that kind of momentum, the pace, you moving on to the next area, exploring, I don't really like interrupting it as much. Or something like Tales, you're pretty much always attached to the story, so. I know we're just joking, but yeah, it is something to think about. Might be a little too heavy duty. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. Is there anything really missed? Like I said, overall I liked it. I don't mean to just like rail on somebody's favorite or some shit, but I just don't think it's without its fault. And we've played a lot of these, so it's not gonna get by on novelty. I would say if you put it up against the other Dragon Quest, I don't know, man. I mean, if you can get together a group of people, you'll at least get something unique there. There might be some novelties, although nowadays you could probably get a similar experience. And all sorts of other stuff, right? But for Dragon Quest, oh my god. For Dragon Quest, at the time on the DS, I mean, I respect this. I'll be right back. Just gonna have to suffer in the heat. I mean, if you're just playing through the campaigns, though, I just don't think, other than this kind of combining a lot of systems from a lot of other Dragon Quests together into, you know, in a light way, I just don't think it like really brings anything to the table outside of its multiplayer that's like that much better. It's too short. It falls off too hard. The job system, I think, is almost a limitation in this one at times. But it's still fun. It's still got cool things. I don't know where I'd rate it. I don't know. What is a bad Dragon Quest? What is the worst of them for like the 11, dude? I don't even know. They all run together, man. They're too goddamn similar. Like, I mean, 2's kind of iffy at times. I like 1 better. I don't know. None of them are just like outright fucked. I don't know. This one's probably mid to low tier afterwards. I guess that's kind of where I put it. I don't know if we'll do a tier list for these, man. I'm gonna need to like review each of these games. Like relook over them. I like outright just fucking think some of these games are other games. Like I thought 4 was 3 for a while. I was like wait, what the hell? I was like, wait, no, 3's the one with the higher people. Yeah, I'll probably go watch some post-game stuff. I'll see if I got anything in the mail, but I don't know. I'll have to decide if I'm wanting to start anything right away. I'm glad this doesn't have a bunch of touch gimmicks either. You just can play with the D-pad. It's nice. Yeah. Anywho, not much else to say there. Without repeating myself, so much appreciated, guys, watching. Say goodbye to our King Slimes for a bit here. Don't know. I probably missed a bunch of shit. This was one I definitely needed to get my thoughts together in some kind of notes, but good enough time. I can't say I wouldn't recommend it, but I would probably recommend almost all of the Dragon Quest mainline first. Alright guys, I'm gonna go check the mail, see if it is in. I'm gonna turn the stream off for now. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It's nice meeting some of you. Nice just to be able to talk with some of you guys. Next game will be... What the fuck? I keep forgetting the name of this motherfucking game, dude. Horizon Chase Turbo or Xenoblade Chronicles 3. So, this is pretty much JRPG month. We did Live Alive. I just did Dragon Quest 9. We got Xenoblade, then I'll probably do Dragon Quest 11, then Soul Hackers 2 is coming. I mean, there's going to be some stuff in between there, so I'm not just going to call it JRPG month, because it's not going to be pure JRPG. It might as well be. So, anyways, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Thank you for listening to me blabble and babble and go on and on about this here. It's been enough time.